No, genuinely, I have no idea what is, yes.
That's literally 1 second of Mind's Eye gameplay. In other words, people could not give less of a shit about what Everywhere was. And you can see the sentiment reflected in the comments. Like this one saying, 119 is the only thing I'm interested in from a former GTA producer. A Fortnite knockoff just won't cut it. People were starting to get very skeptical about the scope that was being advertised by this company. They just didn't know what it was meant to be, and every time Leslie opened his mouth to explain, people were left with even more questions. And as you guessed it, because we're in 2025 now, Everywhere didn't end up releasing at the end of 2023. They just went radio silent and didn't update anyone on anything. And the next piece of news we'd get from the studio was that they were going to have layoffs on the 19th of February, 2024. Not a good sign. You know what else is not a good sign? This article revealing to me for the first time that they also had offices in Hungary. So far, we've heard of a studio in the United States, in Scotland, in Belgium, in Hungary, and in France. That's 5 in total. And yet, Everywhere had, well, gone nowhere, and we didn't even know if Mind's Eye was going to release. Until the end of 2024, when the studio behind the Hitman games, IO Interactive, announced to the world that they would be publishing the game Mind's Eye. What followed a few months afterwards, on February 2025, was 2 different trailers, one cinematic trailer and one official gameplay trailer for Mind's Eye. But here's the thing, when it came to gameplay trailers like for GTA or other blockbuster games, they would be detailed and long videos explaining mechanics with a voiceover and really showing you the depth of the game. But this felt more like a cinematic trailer, or more like a teaser, really. It only showed you very specifically selected clips with a few seconds of gameplay in each of them. At this point, Builder Rocket Boy's trademark was showing you something that leaves you with more questions, but not in a good way, and it was pretty much what happened here too. They also released the story trailer, which was mostly just a cinematic trailer yet again. I mean, it was just cutscenes, no gameplay whatsoever. But hey, the game had finally gotten a release date, June 10th, 2025, or as we know it, Judgment Day. But what about Everywhere? Well, barely 2 weeks before Mind's Eye's release, on the 29th of May, 2025, we'd finally get some sort of confirmation that Everywhere was pretty much dead in the water. Build a Rocket Boy had confirmed to the Video Game Chronicle that the entire creation suite, the entire level editor of Everywhere was going to ship inside of Mind's Eye. In other words, Mind's Eye was meant to be a part of Everywhere, but now Everywhere is a part of Mind's Eye. Feels like we're in some Doctor Strange movie. But this was just an unofficial way of saying, hey guys, Everywhere's dead. We're now focusing all of our resources on Mind's Eye. This was a huge red flag, but people were still hopeful, thinking, okay, well now that you're focusing on one thing, I'm sure you're going to make it worthwhile, right? Well, hey, game journalists sure pushed that narrative. I mean, look at what PC Gamer said when the official story trailer came out. This was the title of their article. The new game from former Grand Theft Auto producer Leslie Benzies is coming in June, and boy, it sure looks like a Rockstar game. Or how about this ridiculous title from Games Radar, saying, former GTA 5 lead properly shows off his new city-sized action game coming this summer, and yep, it looks like Cyberpunk 2077 meets GTA. Like, bro, shut the fuck up, man. God, gaming journalists are a plague. The game was already hyped beyond belief, and this was only confirming that hype. I mean, this is a French video game website calling Mind's Eye the next rival of GTA 6. Leslie talked about these comparisons 8 days before Mind's Eye released, and he downplayed these Grand Theft Auto 6 comparisons, hyping the game even further by saying, as an independent studio, we have the freedom to break ground in experimental new ways, and the challenge is balancing innovation with familiarity. Too much new risks alienating fans, too much same feels stale. It's about nailing what makes your game's world feel live and urgent. Mind's Eye is about consequence and connection. It's cinematic, reactive, and meant to feel like a world you're not just playing in, but able to create in too. So guys, this is not just another Grand Theft Auto knockoff. This is like the Elder Scrolls Skyrim with the creation engine, but on steroids. You guys this game can be played in 2040, you just watch, okay? But here's the thing. One day, and I'm not even joking here, literally one day after that interview with Leslie came out, and 7 days before the game's release, the chief legal officer and the chief financial officer of Build a Rocket Boy left the company. I mean, at that point, if you had actually pre-ordered this game, then I wish that Total Biscuit was still alive so that he could slap you across the face. But if you had pre-ordered and seen this article and hadn't been refunded at this point, then you deserve to lose your money, because what the hell is this? 2 executives departing before the studio releases in 1 week is an insanely major red flag. And they were onto something. Others were also onto something too. Like this article from Gaming Bolt here saying Mind's Eye's marketing is a complete mess, arguing that the game was about to release and we still hadn't gotten a proper gameplay trailer yet. We didn't even know what the hell this game is, other than a few cinematics and very carefully timed clips of some eye-me aspects of gameplay. Additionally, this game hadn't even supplied anyone with review copies. As this comment here points out, even Gollum gave review copies. Gollum! The worst game of 2023. But guys, don't worry, okay? This was a previous producer of the Grand Theft Auto series. This was going to be a rival to GTA 6. This was him giving a middle finger to Rockstar Games. Come on, this has to work, right? Well, release day came by, and to say it was catastrophic is an understatement. PC Gamer, who was hyping up this game like there was no tomorrow, released this article shortly after its release, saying, "I've played 2 hours of Mind's Eye and it's pretty bad so far, I'm afraid." The Guardian released their review, saying, "A dystopian future that plays like it's from 2012, giving it a 2 out of 5. And guys, when people say this game is glitchy, they are not exaggerating one bit. There are compilations over 10 minutes long that are like part 1, part 2, part 3. Simply, I mean, look at this. Simply because there are just that many glitches. Dude, what the hell is this game? Bro, look at this. 7 years for this. 7 years for this. Oh my god, dude. This post right here says, "This generation's Assassin's Creed Unity. Brothers and sisters, look at it in all its glory." I'm telling you, man, this is a competitor to Silent Hill, not Grand Theft Auto. This is horrendous. Some people tested out the level editor to see if they could swim in the water when they got close, and yeah, apparently you can. Just like Jesus would. And the horror game continues. Guys, I don't even want to delve into how this is even possible. This person's on a stretcher while standing up. Again, I don't know why this is such a common glitch. This doesn't make any sense to me. Wow, this is the main character, by the way. This is the main character in the cutscene, by the way. Yeah, I mean, this is nightmare fuel at this point. I don't know how IO Interactive agreed to publish this. I don't know how PlayStation didn't see the red flags. But there we were, horrors beyond our comprehension. A day after this catastrophe had released, Mind's Eye said, "Our engineering team are working around the clock," while promising a performance update. Because guys, guess what? It wasn't just funny glitches. This game was crashing and stuttering on some of the most high-end PCs imaginable. It was a mess in terms of optimization too. And just to be clear, the optimization issues also stretched to consoles. The game launched with a mostly negative review on Steam, and it still is, at only 37% of the reviews being positive. Bear in mind, this game also had the gall to sell you a deluxe edition, containing a bunch of skins, and a premium pass, containing extra missions and challenges Q3 2025, Q4 2025, and Q1 2026. Yeah, that's totally happening. The reviews weren't talking about just the stuttering and the glitches. This game was very disappointing in practically every category, including the story. The problem here was that people were concerned with the story's total length, being at 20 hours. Leslie addressed these concerns by saying that this is intentional to ensure players can finish the game in an era of distractions. Probably the worst explanation you could give. But hey, Leslie kept insisting this story was going to be amazing until people actually played it and realized this is one of the worst stories they could have ever played in their lives. Not to mention that the ending was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Look at this, look at this. It literally ends like this. He just jumps in the portal. That's it. That's it. The game's over. Like you get no other context. You get no other explanation. Deal with it, buddy. Hope you enjoyed the game. You know what's funny in all this? A couple weeks before the game's release, the co-CEO of Build a Rocket Boy, not Leslie, someone else, said this in the Discord server for Mind's Eye. A fan asked, "Do you think that all the people who reacted negatively to Mind's Eye were financed by someone?" To which he replied with, 100%. Doesn't take much to guess who. Indirectly implying that Rockstar Games, or Take-Two, was paying people to react negatively to this game. Now, what's really funny and embarrassing is that barely a day before the game had released, the publisher of Mind's Eye, IO Interactive, said that they don't believe negative comments were being paid for. The head of IO Interactive specifically said, "I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I just think the game should speak for itself on June the 10th. And boy, did it speak for itself. Kotaku made the review and said, Mind's Eye is an incredibly boring and confusing mess. Yep, it spoke for itself, alright. To me, what's even funnier is the fact that they used up all their marketing budget on streamers. Yes, they paid people to play this live on Twitch, and even those streamers couldn't keep it together because of how bad the game was. With this streamer right here, Dark Viper AU, literally laughing his ass off after the game had crashed for like the 10th time on stream. Like he couldn't handle it anymore. This right here is another sponsored streamer, and this happened live. Watch. Outrageous cyber infiltrations. But sounds like a true. I just find it so ironic that Extra Emily, out of all people, had a glitch related to her driving. I mean, genuinely, life is truly the master of irony. Around a week after its release, Mind's Eye finally released a performance patch, and very little was actually improved. It was still glitchy as hell, frame drops were consistent both on PC and console, and overall, it was still unplayable by every metric. At its peak on Steam, it had 3,302 players, and right now it's at 52. 52 at the end of June. And what's even crazier is Sony pulling out an extremely rare maneuver that they've only used once for Cyberpunk 2077's disastrous launch, which is actually refund people who bought the game on the PlayStation Store, indirectly telling us that to them, even in their eyes, this game is unacceptable. Xbox, on the other hand, wasn't so generous and wasn't refunding anything if you had launched the game at least once. This entire saga kind of came to its conclusion on June 23rd, 2025, when Build a Rocket Boy, the studio behind Mind's Eye and the Cancelled Everywhere, began the process to conduct a mass layoff. And since then, the layoffs have officially taken place. They released a statement. Here's what they had to say. We can confirm that we have had to make the painful decision to notify our hardworking team of some internal changes at Build a Rocket Boy. While we are working to reassign roles for as many of those impacted by these changes as possible, sadly, we are initiating a formal consultation process that may result in redundancies. The decision has not been made lightly, and we are committed to handling this process with transparency, fairness, and respect for all employees. We will provide further details to the team over the coming weeks. The launch of Mind's Eye has been a significant milestone for Build a Rocket Boy. But we know that we still have a lot more to do to grow our community in the coming years. The challenges we faced have only strengthened our resolve, and while we are deeply saddened by today's decision and thankful to our incredible team, this shift allows us to focus on delivering ongoing updates and performance optimization for Mind's Eye, while also ensuring the long-term success of Build a Rocket Boy's future ambitions. So look, according to IGN, in the UK, when you start the process for a mass layoff, it's usually when an employer is looking to cut 100 or more jobs. They have 300 UK employees and around 200 abroad in their other studios. So it's safe to say that a huge chunk is getting fired. It's really interesting to me, though, that in their statement they're saying that there's going to be a long-term success of Build a Rocket Boy, meaning that the studio isn't closing after this disaster. But personally, I'd keep an eye out in the coming months because anything can happen, and I really don't see the studio sticking around for any longer. This was their big chance, and they unfortunately completely blew it. Their glass
You
door
had
reviews
a chance,
are doing
you
very
blew
well. Employees are
it.
pissed, rating it
Out of
2.3 out of 5.
sight, out of
30% of them would
mind.
recommend to a friend, and 26% approve of the CEO, who is Leslie Benzies. One of those employees said, $500 million invested into this mess. No wonder our biggest backer all but pulled out when they finally saw what was actually getting produced. So now we really don't know just how much this cost. We know that over $45 million were invested into it by private investors, but then again, this game was developed over the course of like 8 years. Is this truly another Concord? I mean, Concord was $400 million. This is $500? That's even worse. And thanks to the GameBusiness.com, we know exactly just how bad of a disaster Mind's Eye truly was. When it released, it had around 250,000 players, with a majority, around 150,000, on PlayStation. Now that PlayStation has opened refunds, these 150,000 can be significantly less. And the players on PC are only at 35,000, with only 3,000 actually launching the game, so you can bet many of them refunded. Additionally, okay, and this wasn't really advertised until the game came out, the whole level editor that was advertised was only available on PC and not on console. This was even more salt in the wound, okay? This was just such a disaster. Look, of course I feel bad for the employees, but I can't help but feel especially bad for the lead actor. He's actually very talented and was previously in the game Mafia 3. Unfortunately, that game also didn't get the best reception, and now he's part of Mind's Eye. He was interviewed by the YouTube channel Check It TV after the game had released, and while the interview is like over 21 minutes and part 2 is over 44 minutes, I'm just going to show you a snippet that was posted on TikTok so that you can see what he had to say. Watch.
Release something that
seem to not be ready in that way. It's had a complicated reception. I'm proud of the people that I worked with. It's a shame that the gameplay in particular has received such negative reception. In terms of bugs, as a gamer myself, I completely understand the frustration. There's a shared frustration and like, why would you as a company release something that seem to not be ready in that way? If you put the bugs aside, like whether or not people are into it, that's between them and them, right? If by any chance there's a casting director watching this video, guys, please hire him. Can we please just put him in a good game? Please. Thank you. Look, whether you can see this or not, we're already in a gaming depression. Layoffs in the industry have been rampant, the golden days of the pandemic are gone, and developers have to accept that. Ambition is good to have, but unrealistic scopes will kill your entire studio. Here's hoping that this stops, but I'm not gonna lie, I am kind of tempted to play this game just to see the crazy glitches I'll find. In the end though, if you're gonna take anything from this video, stop pre-ordering games. And thank you so much for watching until the end. I love you so much. The sponsor really wanted me to talk about the game at the end of the video as well, so I'm about to do that. But before I do, I can't leave you without a good old mwah! And now, the ad. Alright, thank you so much for watching the video. As a reminder, Silver and Blood is now out, and they're also currently running an event by the name of What Hue Does Your Blood Hold?, where you can win some really cool prizes. So if you're interested, make sure to check out the pinned comment or the description and download the game today.
Okay, next video. Let's go for Mini Minute Man or something. Not crispy. Let's do crispy. Yeah, crispy.
Hey, want to hear a story? Jeremy Black, aka the Twitch streamer Arcadum. He was once on the top of the D&D actual play scene. For the briefest of months, this guy was as big, if not bigger, than Matthew Mercer and Critical Role, which are widely known as the biggest D&D show of all time. That's the level this guy was getting at, and not without reason. He was collaborating with some of the biggest streamers on all of Twitch, from Joe Cat to Voice Critical to freaking Ironbound. This guy had some big people in his corner and allowed him to exponentially grow his audience. It seemed like there was nowhere to go but up for Arcadum, with 20,000 live viewers. But in August of 2021, he'd have a controversy that would have him go from 20,000 live viewers to 20. Multiple high-profile Twitch streamers came out, former friends and collaborators of Arcadum's, all echoing the same message, that behind the scenes, this guy is manipulative, abusive, and exploitative to almost every woman that he's had in his life.
For accounting purposes, Naomi, Kelly, Cree, Momo, Red, Summer, Falcona, Uzu, Lyra, Remy, Jade, Chica, Kinoya, Ashley, Stir, Crystal, Spatula, Nano, and Chica again.
It was brutal, and it results in his career falling apart almost everything from how he treats his artists to how he treats his friends to how he has allegedly been cheating on his wife with multiple women across Twitch, primarily in VR chat of all things. Just, yeah, if you think Ned Fulmer from the Try Guys was bad, you know nothing. Arcadum is another level of degeneracy. You'd think that this story would end in 2021. I mean, it seemed like all of Twitch was coming for his throat, but that's not where his story ended. You see, Arcadum, for years, he's been trying to resurrect the shambling corpse of his career, to the amusement of no one, because no one is paying attention, except for me, because I'm a vindictive asshole. So today, I'm going to be telling you all I've learned from scoping out Arcadum's darkened internet corner, and telling you exactly how he got there in the first place. So, without further ado, guys, what the hell happened?
Yeah, it was like Seal Team 6 abusing them to
Yeah, no, we do.
You know what I can do more of you? I can do more of the homeless. And a bunch of other shit that is really stressing me out. My life is gonna be some cakewalk. Yeah. Okay. Up until 2021, Arcadum had seen very, very few controversies. I can't exaggerate this enough. His audience were caught completely off guard as multiple women who worked with this guy all came out with the same message, all at the same time. They had coordinated this behind the scenes because Arcadum had a very, very established presence on the internet. If one of these people spoke out alone, they likely would have been shouted down very, very quickly. It would have been easy for Arcadum to turn down the noise, but if they all spoke at once, in unison, with concrete proof of their message, then it would be very, very hard to ignore. So, that's what they did. I couldn't possibly cover every single account. Just the initial wave of allegations is way too much for me. And there was even more that came out after that. I mean, seriously, it was like every person who had met Arcadum had something horrible to say about the guy. It was crazy. I will be doing my best to give you the spark. So let's start with something more mundane, how he treats his artists. Arcadum had his living world of Europe. This is where all of his Dungeons & Dragons games took place. It was a core part of his brand, a core part of his DMing. A lot of his fans followed him because they felt like they were a part of this living world. And if Arcadum wanted these fans to see the living world and the characters in it, he would of course need illustrations. Hence why he hired plenty of artists. How he treated these artists, allegedly, was not great. Here is an account from Spats. Spats had plenty of things to say about Arcadum's inappropriate behavior behind the scenes, but we're going to focus on what she says about Arcadum, specifically when it comes to the artists. She recalls a situation where Arcadum was late on payments for two artists. They were just not getting invoiced for the work that they had done for the guy, and so she talked to him about that. His response was not great. I was there to back up artists Sketchu and Choir about their payments being late, and I saw firsthand how he talked to them. Arcadum yelled and screamed at me when I asked when was the last time he paid Sketchu and Choir, saying things along the lines of, "How dare you accuse me of not paying my artists? Do you know how much I spend a month, etc.?" I was shocked. Dude was lying to my face. I saw the unpaid invoices and paperwork of all the work Sketchu and Choir did for him. Choir had his receipts, and he said he wasn't paid his latest invoice. Arcadum made up the excuse of just waiting until Twitch had finally paid him. Yeah, that's not great. You should pay your people on time. But how Arcadum apologized to this person is also very telling. You see, he apologized just to her, not to the artists that he had left unpaid.
Now what the fuck?
I hope we are cool. It was not my intention to lose my cool or anything. Yeah, we are cool, dude. They just had things they wanted to discuss. I know things get heated. I didn't mean it that way. Thank you for DMing me about it. I know the lot on your plate, obviously. Choir and Sketchu are working super hard along with everyone else. I know this will be great. Yeah, I know they are. He knows that they're working hard, but he never gave them an apology. Just her. Wonder why? He rarely thanked anyone for the work they put into Callous Row. When he did, it was like pulling teeth, where he would then say how hard he was working when he was never around. He may have financed Callous Row, but the staff and the players' work is what made it function. He talked down to the people helping him constantly, and took everything as an attack. That's not it, though. Arcadum has problems with ego, clearly, and paying his people on time, which would be bad enough, but what about deadlines? I mean, when you're running a D&D actual play and you need character art, I know some actual plays that give their artists months to finalize those pieces. Critical Role has art ready months before the campaign even starts. I myself make sure to let the artist know the deadline, and it's usually a month and a half out. Arcadum, guess he's working on a very different timeline. This next account comes from Somersault, another person who knew Arcadum from his time on his show Callous Row. Arcadum refuses to reprimand players for not doing the required preparations to play in his D&D games. This has happened much more frequently in this new phase of the games. I have been making tokens for Arcadum. Sometimes I would be given the information to make these tokens for Arcadum only hours before the session. Anyone who has had strict deadlines can understand how hard it might be to be told that you need to do a rush job on a task. As if this wasn't bad enough, not all players would actually even finish building their characters before the first session. That means I would be only given information to make these characters for people in other campaigns that I did not know. Maybe 12 hours before the session was supposed to take place. Once, I even had to make tokens 2 hours before the session. That sounds like a nightmare. But Arcadum, he had a very specific way of smoothing things over with Somersault. You see, this person believed that they mostly just had a professional relationship. Like, they're friends, yeah, but, you know, it's nothing more than we work together on the D&D campaign. We're friendly with each other. Arcadum wanted a lot more than that. Hey, I was wondering, why you don't ask to hang out with me? I don't mean to bring you down or anything, but I constantly feel like I am the person no one wants to hang out with or spend time with. And I don't know why, but I felt like when I introduced you to Heart of Tear, it seemed to me that you would just spend so much time with Whoops and Tate. And I hope it's not some, like, untoward jealousy, but I feel really awful about it. I don't really know why. It's been a week since you messaged me, and honestly, I want a friend in you, Summer. But I feel like no matter how much I want that, it's not what you want. And I'm sorry for bringing it up. I honestly feel like I should just let it go. Sorry to dump that one. Yeah, this guy is very dramatic and clingy and desperate, and we're going to see that a lot more. Time for the bad part. This video is sponsored by Run from the Dark, a folk horror role-playing game available for pre-order now on Kickstarter. In this RPG, the darkness itself is out to kill you. You are in a bleak world, desperately trying to reconnect a few pieces of civilization left, facing off against horrifying monsters, which there are plenty of. The book comes with 4 unique monsters, pre-made starter adventures, over 100 NPCs for your GM to use, and even some real-life survival tips, since I know most of you guys don't go outside and touch grass. This game is already funded. You're getting it no matter what if you buy. But there are still lots of cool stretch goals, like a limited edition with a world map sleeve, and even some plushies. So if you want some extra goodies, as well as an incredible game with so much amazing folk horror content, then back this now. If you guys are interested in Run from the Dark, then head down to the description down below, or the next shadow, where you will find the Thanks so much to Run from the Dark for sponsoring today's episode. As always, supporting our sponsors does support us. Without further ado,
Shit.
let's get back to the tea. So, we're going to talk about Arcadum's behavior with the women that he is pursuing, either in friendship or in romance. Often in both, let's be honest. And keep in mind, this entire time, Arcadum has a quote-unquote wife. Don't worry, I'll tell you why that's in scare quotes later on down the line. It's... oh boy. Okay, let's start with Momo Mischief. Momo is a friend and collaborator of Arcadum's. She's worked with the guy for a long time. She considered him one of her closest confidants. But Arcadum wasn't getting enough from her. You see, he really liked doing VR chat roleplay with Momo. He liked it a lot. But Momo did something horrible to Arcadum. She VR chat roleplayed with another person. Arcadum, he did not take that well. I don't know why you're upset. I did not say we're going to hang out tonight, yet you're upset with me because I didn't? Man, you really have no idea, do you? Why not tell me you weren't going, and tell me you were hanging out in Discord? Maybe invite me. Half of them are there because you're there, and that hurts my feelings. Because you said you're going to be in your artist Discord? I wanted to hang out with you, and you said you were doing something. So I went some wee rose, correction, somewhere else. How the hell do you not see why I'm upset? Just forget. Enjoy the new friends you have made. I'm just sick and tired of feeling like a third wheel to my own friends. None of them ever asked to join me in VR chat. Even though I talk about it all the time. This messes me up, man. But it isn't your fault. I'm pretty heated, so I'm gonna stop. I feel like all I have done is upset you for the past couple days, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry. I said it. Okay. At this point, Momo is incredibly confused. Remember, she does consider Arcadum to be a close friend. She just has, you know, other friends, like a human being does. She reassures Arcadum, telling him, hey, I'm still your friend, and He continues. Well, that's a nice sentiment, but it's not how things work. I have ran for 36 people over the last 3 years. 6 of them messaged me on a monthly basis. 18 have not messaged me since the game's ended. These are real things. They represent reality. People message and seek out people they care about. I'm not lamenting it. I expect it to happen, but I am human, and I get sad. Maybe I get sad because I can see it, but I can't not see it. But like I said, it's not your fault. Man, I didn't mean to dump that on you. That was not my intention. Please have a good day. I'm not upset. Don't worry about me. I am down for Valheim tomorrow. Blatantly manipulative. This guy is basically throwing a pity party for himself, so this woman will hang out with him more, which has actually happened to me. I had a person in my TTRPG life who did this exact same thing as Arcadum, and what's hilarious is that person would also end all of their messages after screaming at me, cussing me out, blaming me for the destruction of their social circle. That person would end off every message by saying, Bungie tag, wanna play Destiny? Like, is it just a thing amongst manipulative gamers to change the subject? I mean, I don't know. But yeah, Arcadum actually had more vile behavior than this. See, this is his first tactic, guilt tripping. He did this before with Somersault, saying how terrible his life is, and no one talks to him, no one likes him, hang out with me please. But with Momo, he employed something else. Which leads me to the next part of Arcadum and I's friendship, where he began to groom me into believing other people, other friends of mine, and even my closest people in life might not care for me in the way I knew they did. He would suggest things to me, analytical, hyper-complicated scenarios, where he would digest the things my friends did on social media, their streams, everything. He would prey on my doubt and instill in me that it was my idea to even talk about it. We're actually going to see that again. Not necessarily this specific kind of manipulation, but Arcadum really loves preparing these hyper-complicated situations where he's the one in the right, where he's the one
art and the color
in this case,
be combined
to prey on Momo's doubt, to make her feel alone. Made him look all small and bad, just that he wants her to feel the same way, to feel like she has no friends.
body
Separate.
close behind the body.
This is going to continue with
Shadow.
Mother Lyra, another streamer who posted a phone thread on Arcadum. By the way, she is yet another person who met Arcadum on that show, Callous Row. It brings out such great memories, doesn't it? Arcadum made sure I felt like I was special, the only one he could trust. He insisted he felt so happy and delighted that I would consider him a friend, and continued to push that I was second to no one. Though I found out later that these events happened around the same time as others. Arcadum continued to say I was the only one he could trust, that we had a personal friendship, and wanted a
Why does it
personal
sound so familiar?
lap dances. This is an asexual VTuber, by the way. I just want to let you know.
Dude, this is
Very,
reminding me of something.
aggressive sometimes. And this one,
This reminds me of something. That one VTuber that was preying on asexual VTubers. Hang on, I'm gonna check Nugent's channel for that. Wait. Oh, it's Shay. It's not VTuber. It's Shay. It's Shay, the one with the 2 Y's, and not me. the Undertale guy. Platonic. The cat. Oh god, I've been brain rotted by drama. Anyways.
woman was not like fully interested in Arcadum. Sometimes she would entertain his nonsense, but other times it just comes off as needy. Hope y'all are doing well. Hey, I was playing a whole lot of Divinity of the boys, and time passed fast. I'm so getting tired. Hope your day was fun as well. It was pretty good. Now I'm just caning in bed, kind of lonely. Been looking at the pictures for like 10 minutes.
What the
Now, this seems very aggressive, but not very manipulative. No, don't worry. It's more toxic behavior. It came out with Lyra, too. There were also times where we would be hanging out, and I would just, bring up Callous Row-related subjects, and he would outburst and yell that I was using him, saying I was a manipulative person, leaving me in tears. Then after I insisted it was just a conversation topic, he would turn around and say that I never meant to do that, just life was stressful, and I was the only one he could trust these days, and how horrible of a person he is for yelling at me. And yeah, we're already seeing this guy get really creepy, and the next bit is going to be a story time with a streamer named Peach Jars, Look, Peach doesn't have any receipts of this because this is actually an IRL encounter with Arcadum. Arcadum was at some kind of pool party with the girls, and, well, there were pretty women in swimsuits near him, and he acted very normal about that.
And so all the girls are like drunk and we're in the bathtub in our bathing suits, weird clothes, but like we're having fun girly pop time. Arcadum turns the shower on, standing in the shower from us, a few feet away. So imagine tub full of women drunk and like having fun. He's standing in the shower like watch.
Peaches, nor I, are trying to say that men are like banned from being in the same room as women when they're wearing swimwear. Like, that would be ridiculous. No one's saying that. But like, dude, just like generally, no matter who you're with, if you're doing this, it's weird, man. It's heckin' weird. Okay,
Yeah.
next up, the account that, in my opinion, made this whole thing go as viral as it did. Like, I mean, frankly, multiple high-profile streamers all saying the same thing about a guy like Arcadum. I mean, that's gonna get enough attention as is, but all of the videos that they posted, they were all just videos that prove the legitimacy of the messages. No one had a video of Arcadum himself saying these things with, like, his mouth. I mean, they were all his friends. They genuinely liked the guy at the time. They weren't trying to, like, gather evidence. But one woman, she actually did record Arcadum's nonsense. Enter Naomi. This is where things start to get really, really rough. You see, Arcadum here, he is, quote-unquote, married when he decided to start confiding in Naomi. The same kind of stuff he's been doing before. Trauma dumping, love bombing, and eventually he wanted to get intimate with her. Again, while he's married. In this call, he said, I would like to request to formally court you, and so on and so forth. I turned him down because I was interested in someone else. A bit down the line, I tell him I'm here for them. I hope he'll be able to speak up next time he has feelings for someone. And I tell him this won't affect our friendship. This is mostly to show evidence and solidify the timeline. She also does include some DMs to help to provide evidence of what was said in this call, where she tells Arcadum, hey, thanks for telling me about your feelings, blah, 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 blah. Now, while Naomi was adamant, hey, I reject you, but it's all good, not going to affect our friendship, Arcadum would act a little bit different. Down the line, Arcadum made a joke at Naomi's expense, basically telling her in a pretty aggressive voice that she's the person that nobody invites to parties and hurt her feelings. He was incredibly offended by this. Like, dude, I can't exaggerate though. It was one joke. He made a joke, she didn't like it, and that really should be it. She told him, hey, I'm your friend, that didn't make me feel very good. He could just say sorry and move on, but no. Arcadum has a near hour-long voice call where he berates and screams at her for daring to not like his freaking joke. Dude, get a grip on yourself.
I don't think
That's not my problem, is it?
I mean wait, so
Be stronger, my advice. Or don't play. Like, what did you think the response should have been? I responded with, I was just kidding, it was just banter, I am sorry it hurt your feelings. That is because that was my intention, an understanding that it hurt you, and an admission to fault, in which I took care of all of that in 2 sentences. You're the one who is blowing this way out of proportion than what it actually is. Probably because you've had that emotional event.
With the context that Arcadum is playing the whole, I'm a small guy, look how sad and pathetic I am, oh my god, no one loves me or cares about me. It is just adorable seeing him play the tough guy act with this woman, trying to pretend like his military service, where he was allegedly dishonorably discharged, pretending like that somehow makes him a tough guy, even though he still looks like this. Also, probably the most infamous voice clip comes out of this call. He's trying to tell her how tragic his life is. You see, Arcadum, he has a very aggressive, dangerous sense of humor, and he's constantly sacrificing that for us peasants in the day-to-day. He is living a non-stop life of service for the people around him. No one just doesn't understand.
I'm tough. If I wasn't tough, I would have died long ago. Once, many years ago,
I allowed myself to become arrogant, and I became the most evil version of myself that I have ever witnessed. It disgusted me. You know me enough now that you know what my abilities are. Imagine if they had no temperance.
Oh,
And I was
sounds
selfish.
like an anime villain.
Imagine the destruction that I could.
Bro, sounds like an anime
That is
villain.
just
What the
another
fuck?
adjustment that I have to do in my constant state of service that I live in. That's why I don't talk about it. That's also why I don't play Among Us.
I mean,
That's why I don't play them. That's why I don't play it.
The first tier group, where we all played together, you joined us. It's pretty fun.
Oh, okay. You know, anyway.
it's just, I have no words. In any case, I want to also note that when he asked this woman out, he wasn't just married. He was also asking a bunch of other women out. For example, Kelly, our next account. Surprise, surprise, this woman also married him on Callus Row. He was a close confidant of hers, and he, after trauma dumping, love bombing, same tactics, he would ask her for sexual pleasure. After a long time of listening to him and comforting him, it started getting to the point where he would randomly ask to make him feel better or help him find sexual release. It most always came in two forms. Either he was very down and had a bad day, was requesting I make him feel better, or he was confidently asking me after a good day if I wanted to because he was feeling himself. It never felt right, and he would constantly ask me to help him relax or feel good all of the time. Also contains some DMs where he does this. Please note that these DMs are edited to make him look better. I'm gonna try to fall asleep again. My eyes were tired for hours. Before you go, we could try it together. Huh? Before you try to fall asleep again, we could tap. Would you help me relax? I was just saying, hey, if I'm gonna be streaming at 4, I need to sleep. Alrighty then, no big deal. I just thought I would ask and see if it would help you as well. I just know you would get me there really good. And I want to sleep too. I'm sorry if I pushed too hard. I'm extreme sleepy. You know what's crazy? She called him out for editing those messages. Because, like, again, you look at the top, you can see that he edited the messages. And she's like, hey man, why did you edit those messages? And he's like, oh, I felt bad. I said the edited messages make it look any better, Jesus. But you're probably wondering, okay, he's doing all this stuff behind the scenes of his wife. What was he saying about his wife to these women? Well, the next account from Zarim helps to explain that. On July 1st, 2020, he asked to get into a call with me. He started the call asking how I was doing and then went into how he found me very attractive. The things with his girlfriend, spoiler alert, they were not good. That he wasn't getting any affection, felt attractive, and really wanted me to erotic roleplay with him in VR chat. I had just gotten out of a relationship a few months ago, and I was not comfortable at all. Nor was I attracted to him in the slightest. So yeah, that's what he's saying about his quote-unquote wife behind the scenes, the people he's flirting with. He's calling her his girlfriend. Weird. Anyway, the final account comes from a woman named Falcona. This is by far the worst of the accounts. I am about to describe for you the time that Arcadum allegedly told this person. This is like your final trigger warning. Okay, this is going to go in detail and it gets pretty graphic. So, you need to skip, feel free. Here we go. Once my roommate went to bed, Arcadum asked me to scratch my back and play with my hair. I was okay with this because he hadn't been intimate with me before this point, and I'm super friendly in this sense with others. It was only when his hands started wandering where they shouldn't when it became something more. I finally
hell
got the
nah.
courage to get up from my seat I was in. He also stood up and attempted to embrace me very close. I allowed it because I assumed it was a hug, only to feel his erection against my leg. I did not touch Arcadian back in any way, shape, or form. This weird lasted several minutes. He cried till
I'm gonna
I could feel
lower
him
the
gripping at my shirt with his hands and holding me violently, and just crying into my neck. When I went to leave the room, he asked for another hug to bring the door. For reference, I'm about 5'2". Arcadium is a larger man in size and height. I agreed out of submission to his emotional distress, which led to him forcing me up against the wall and proceeding with his version of a hug. Again, my body was touched and grabbed. I purposely avoided it. Intimate. It felt like hours. It most likely went on for the last, so I couldn't see my neck. And tried to hide it behind him. I pushed him away as gently as I could, and disengaged politely to my room. This is the first night that I locked my door before I went to sleep. I've been taking all these encounters with silently telling you to stop. But years of sexual and emotional abuse from older men has taught me to just let it happen and move on. So that's exactly what I did. I was terrified not only for my physical safety, as he could overpower me if I retaliated, but also feared for my career. So deeply into heart, he is. If that allegation is true, oh my god, this guy sucks. Really? I'm not the only one who believes
Ratio.
yeah, everyone on Twitch, I mean everyone was roasting this guy. A bunch of our previous collaborators were coming out with stories, their own opinions on Arcade. Tons of influencers reading accounts live on their stream and giving their own opinions on why they think Arcade sucks. He was a punching bag for the entire platform.
It was not her fault that for some reason every single male NPC wanted to date her. I don't understand why. But then again, now it kind of makes kind of sense now.
Because Andrew, a fraction of his power might leak to us mortals, and we would feel the destruction. He might actually kill someone in real life if he played Among Us. I know. It was nice.
One time, this time when I was crying, he joined the call and he was like, "Oh God, 4chan is not like me," and I was like, "What the fuck?"
He has told everyone else but me that he was dishonorably discharged. And then he told me that he had quit. Or like, even for like cheats.
What? Why was he trying to perpetuate? Is what I'm trying to
I
understand.
have no fucking
I still don't know what the truth here is.
Amongst the streamers who came out in the aftermath of all this, one of the people was Tiffany, Arcadum's own quote-unquote wife. It's actually Voice Critical who would explain that whole convoluted situation.
I can chime in on. I actually knew about this. He's had a girlfriend for a long time, but he keeps calling her his wife. So every time he would talk to us, he'd mention his wife. So I looked it up one time because I was curious, and they've just been dating for a while. So he did all this while having a girlfriend, and it looks like he's in a state of perpetual RP. I also remember one time that he said, I don't even know if the whole lid's been blown. I remember one time he had to cancel one of our sessions because he was accusing his wife of cheating on him. And it seems like that was some projecting now.
Yeah, Arcadum was lying. Seems like a running theme with this guy, but it's such a weird thing to lie about. I mean, these people know Tiffany. They know Arcadum is not married to her. Why would he lie? They just assumed it was a nickname, but with his history of pumping up his own ego, it seemed like more than that. And Tiffany, her account was just as bad as all the rest. Imagine what they went through, multiply it by 1,000. I'd have to write a novel to tell my side of the story. I kicked him out when I found proof and changed the locks. She did a live stream where she retold some of the stories that she experienced while she was Arcadum's partner, and they are rough. Now, Tiffany has deleted this live stream. I no longer have access to it. She's also changed her name and seems to have moved on with her life. She is happily doing her own thing, far away from the Arcadum story. I'll give you the cliff notes, not going too much in detail, but basically, being Arcadum's partner was like being Arcadum's mom. Anyway, with all this out, Arcadum needed to respond if he had any chance of salvaging his career, and this is what he said. Develop and engage in a wide range of relationships with people over the years, some of them leading into sexual territories, and times when I made mistakes and was selfish. I never saw a relationship purely for sexual purposes, and to be absolutely clear, I've never engaged in any non-consensual activity. These were relationships that developed as genuine friendships. I really value these friendships, and still do. Yet I have been unfair to many of them, and I am sorry for the hurt I have caused. In addition to being unfair to my friends, I have been unfair to my wife, Tiffany. Last week, Tiffany became aware of these relationships and my communications with people that crossed the boundaries within our marriage. I can't. Why? Stop! Understandably. She was heartbroken, and I tried to, as much as I could, salvage the situation. This included attempting to edit and delete messages I had exchanged with different people, as well as reaching out to them to explain I would be unable to continue any sort of professional or personal association. This was a painful experience for Arcadum, obviously, and as a result, I have learned and reckoned with many of the mistakes I have made. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. This guy tried to go back to old messages and say, like, yeah, I like you, but I like my wife Tiffany so much more.
later. So
Come on, couldn't have been more obvious. Of course, all these women who are publishing these accounts with the receipts in their twitloggers, they are watching those receipts like a hawk to make sure Arcane doesn't pull this exact thing, especially since, dude, you've been editing messages this whole time. It's not like it's new for you. But anyway, with the entirety of Twitch on Arcane's butt and viewership sharply decreasing, so ends the story of Arcane. Disappeared from the internet forevermore. Thanks for watching. Yeah, no, I'm kidding. Get back. Bro could barely wait a year. Man quietly returned to streaming on Twitch like he used to with a new set of players who, let's be clear, none of which had any major Twitch streaming careers. I don't think anyone who wants to build a career on the internet wants to work with Arcane at all. The dude is basically a living leper. But the people who called him out before, none of them really paid attention to this desperate return. To be quite frank, I don't think almost anyone noticed outside of people who are deep in the tabletop world, because this is like our biggest scandal. Plain simple, talked about Arcane's return to Twitch. Some asshole named Crispy's Tavern badly talked about on the old podcast episodes here. It's kind of cringe, I did a bad job. In any case, Arcadum would release a brand new apology attempting to absolve himself of wrongdoing. And this one, it's a lot less desperate. The flavor is more fiery. I continue to vehemently deny absolutely and completely any of the accusations of assault or taking advantage of people for sexual gain. I've always intended to keep this in my personal life, along with a relationship that was failing, and was for a long time, but my desperation leaked to the public. I tried to start relationships I wasn't ready for, and didn't want to face my failing one properly until it was too late. I want to again apologize to my community, my players, colleagues, and partners, and anyone who was negatively affected by my actions. With the continued therapy, I am in better control of my emotions. Frankly, I'm a weird, dramatic guy, and using an analytic to translate my emotions is not a wise thing to do, especially since I was wrong about the numbers. 17.8%?
The use of D&D in order to make friends has a 17.8% retention rate. That's the tragedy that I live.
It was really more like 1%. The CIA could sit me down, rip my fingernails off one by one. Could not get me to admit that. Oh my god, man. Oh, it's so interesting seeing him try to reframe the situation. Like, it wasn't me cheating on my girlfriend slash fiance slash wife. He rotates between each label. It wasn't me cheating. I had a failing marriage, okay? It was falling apart. And because of that, I was just looking for another girlfriend. You know, ignoring the fact that he was flirting with all these women at the same time, and also ignoring the fact that his quote-unquote flirting was more like, you know, harassment. Why are you trying to reframe this like you're the victim? You have a right to keep these things to your personal life if you're hurting people. Well, if you're wondering why he decided to return at all, he actually also clarifies that he blames therapy. It's therapy's fault. After conferring with my therapist and discussing with my loved ones, it became clear to them that returning to my profession was the key to my happiness, despite my hesitation. They saw the joy in me as I talked about my love for creating the world and sharing it with others. It was a unanimous decision to pursue what truly makes me happy, and I couldn't be more grateful for their support, especially Tiffany, who, despite having the most reasons to be angry with me for things I did, she forgave me and supported my return. Tiffany has said nothing about Arcadum publicly since she said she kicked him out of the house and changed the lock. I mean, sure, he could be telling the truth, but based on everything we've been seeing, I'm starting to believe we can't really trust this guy. What's deeply sad about Arcanum's return is how he talked about it. You see, on his Twitter, Arcanum would post milestone after milestone, celebrating the growth of this new era of his Twitch career. We just passed 1,000 subscribers on Twitch. We're back, baby. Arcanum's back in the spotlight. He's doing great, except he's just lying. Dude, you don't have 1,000 subs on Twitch. Your analytics are public, man. Like, I can see them. I can see you don't even have 100. Dude, you don't even have 50 subs on Twitch. Come on. Like, why are you doing this? It's actually a theme with Arcanum pretty consistently. He loves to lie about how his career is going. Tries to buff up that he has this amazing, massive, thriving community behind him, just like he had before, when if you're paying attention to any of his social medias, his community is dead. And it's so weird that he's lying about this because Arcanum is non-successful. Yeah, you're right. He's not unsuccessful in that he's actually making a decent chunk of cash. He's not rich or anything like that, but he has transitioned to a new monetization style. He's not making his money off Twitch anymore. He's making his money off sugar daddies, baby. And by sugar daddies, paid D&D players. Yeah, that's right. The reason why his players don't have any major Twitch careers is because they're not streamers. They're customers. Arcanum has transitioned to becoming a paid dungeon master. He's around about 30 to 40 paid players, as far as I can tell, each paying $180 a game, though he does fluctuate on the price. That is a lot per game, and frankly, $180 a month to play with frickin' Arcanum? Really? But, I mean, to each their own. If you have $180 a month, 30, 40 players, that's a respectable living. Arcanum doesn't need to pretend like he's still famous. He's just not. It's a fact. He fell off. Period. End of story. He has money. He's not going to starve. He could just entertain his sugar daddies and keep on playing his D&D games. He doesn't need to stream it. He doesn't need to pretend like he's still where he was before. But he does anyway. And frankly, I find that deeply fascinating. When he's not blatantly lying about his success on Twitch, he's lamenting his station in life, which is just such a funny duality. Like, oh my god, my Twitch career is doing so well now, to, oh, I lost everything. The funniest example of this is this tweet. This situation really reminds me of how easily rumors and accusations with no evidence can ruin lives. If you're wondering what he's responding to in that tweet, he's responding to Dr. Disrespect. Yes, Dr. Disrespect. The guy who Dr. Disrespected the age of consent. Yeah, that Dr. Disrespect. Arcanum, that's a great guy. You really want to tie your career to. Great job, man. It's even crazier, too, because, look, I don't like Dr. Disrespect or anything, but objectively speaking, comparing the evidence against Dr. Disrespect compared to the evidence against Arcanum, it's completely different wavelengths. Arcanum, you were caught in 4K, like, multiple times by multiple people. Even just taking it at their word, I'm talking about dozens of Twitch streamers all saying the same thing about your behavior, including someone who used to be your partner. That's worth listening to at base, but on top of all of those people just attacking you at sheer volume, they each brought their own pretty concrete evidence of your behavior, including a freaking voice recording. This was too early for Arcade to just be claiming it's all AI, so, I mean, sorry, buddy. You're cooked no matter what. Now, in terms of what's going on with his paid D&D games, you might notice on Patreon that he fell off hard, from thousands of dollars a month to around about $500 a month. I know why, though. If you look in his community Discord, which has also decreased in viewership, but if you look in there, you will see one of his moderators posting that he is switching payment methods to something else because he doesn't want Patreon taking a cut of his money. But while he is saving money by doing this, he is also at the same time raising his prices, like, significantly. Now it's around about $200 a month for these sessions, which, yeah, the desperate swap off Patreon and some behind-the-scenes payment plan and raising the prices for seemingly no reason, it's not a great sign for Arcanum's finances, though who knows, maybe the guy's just getting greedy. This kind of thing does happen after your campaign ends, though. I mean, people do decide that, hey, I don't want to spend nearly $200 a month for D&D games anymore, and they leave. And with Arcanum's current reputation, he's playing in an extremely, extremely small audience. audience. And in that already small audience, there's not a lot of people who can afford to pay $200 a month for his mid-ass D&D games. Which, I'm sure by complete coincidence, is why Arcadum started a brand new project, Prism. Prism is Arcadum's own tabletop role-playing game fully funded on Kickstarter. I mean, okay, yeah, they didn't quite meet the goal on Kickstarter. And remember Arcadum's whole lying about his success thing? Yeah, he did it with the Kickstarter too. Guy just can't help himself. Immediately as the Kickstarter released, he was claiming that they're already at 20% funded. This Kickstarter is going better than he possibly could have imagined. When at the very end of the Kickstarter, he's not even at like 16% funding. Come on, man. Why are you lying like that? He didn't even reach 17.8% funding. That would have been much, much funnier. I want to also note, if you're wondering how he even got this amount of money, that this is also a very misleading number. You see, a huge part of this donation came from one person. Over $7,777 came from a single user buying at the max tier. And while it's possible that this is a legitimate user who actually wanted to pay that much, I do want to bring up a previous episode of Critical Failure where he talked about the fan-made Baldur's Gate 3 clone. They did this thing, allegedly, where behind the scenes they would, again, allegedly, self-donate to make their Kickstarter look more successful to push a last-minute bit of funding. I don't know if that's what's happening here. Maybe one of Arcadum's sugar daddies is just like an actual real sugar daddy and was willing to give him almost $8,000. Good lord. But in any case, yeah, Prism did not work out for Arcadum. $77,000 as a goal is frankly insane. I don't think most TTRPG products cannot reach that number. Why Arcadum, with his history, thought he could do it? It's unbelievable to me. But anyway, the game itself is extremely underdeveloped. It's just Arcadum sitting in front of a cheap-ass webcam, yapping at the camera about the hypotheticals of this game he wants to create. He wants it to be a blend of modern mechanics with old-school mentality, which, dude, blend of new and old. I've never heard that before. Some of these mechanics are also very familiar to me as someone who's a big fan of MCTM's Draw Steel. I'm not saying Arcade's like ripping those mechanics off or anything. These are pretty basic game mechanics. I'm actually saying that if this game was made by someone else, I might be interested in it. One other thing, I don't want to leave this merely unsaid. The other big problem with Arcadum's game is that, look, Arcadum has not shown himself to be a very talented game designer. Whatever you think of his GM, you can think he's the best GM in the world. Being a good GM does not necessarily mean you're a great game designer. And being a great game designer is what's required if you're going to develop your own TTRPG. I mean, it's really hard to do that. And usually you want to start smaller. It's like saying that you want to write the next Tolkien novel before you even know how to, like, control the basics of literature, right? Arcadum just hasn't practiced these skills enough, in my opinion, and it shows in his game design. This game is very bloated. If you look at the class page alone, like, God, look at this. It's just unnecessary bloat. This is not good. No, who's gonna buy this, man? Clearly no one. It's even funnier because during the videos, he actually tries to, like, remind you of who he is.
You might know me from various Twitch streams with some of your favorite Twitch streamers from several years ago.
Like, dude, you could just say you're a full-time paid dungeon master. You're making thousands a month off just running your D&D games. It's your entire career. Like, that would be an impressive claim on its own. Why do you need to still pretend like you're a Twitch streamer with a big audience? Why do you still need to remind people that you used to run games for massive content creators? I mean, we all know what happened. It's not a secret. But this brings us to the final chapter of the video. With all this nonsense, was it worth it? Is Arcadum, like, even that good of a DM? And I'm gonna be honest, guys, no! I want to make it clear. I watch his shows, and he's good. Okay, he's a good storyteller. His stories are engaging, and he's good at engaging his players. And you think that, okay, that makes him a good game master. But being a game master is not just about telling a story. It's about telling it with other people. If you just want to tell a story, write a fucking book. Being a game master is about more than that. It's about working with your friend. But Arcadum just can't do that. He's usually flirting with his friends. But when he's not doing that, he's just being an asshole.
All of us used to pretty much get blackout drunk before games just because it was D&D, you know? Oh my god, it was D&D. No, like what? That's unhealthy as hell.
Needing to get drunk before each session after that, like meeting, like not just like, oh, I'll get drunk for fun, just to like, ooh, I'll party. I was like, I need to drink to ease my anxiety before I do this D&D stream.
These women, who are all brand new to TTRPGs, are having panic attacks before the game. They need to get drunk before they play with Arcadum. I mean, that just alone would make Arcadum a bad DM. Your job as a DM is not just to tell a story for yourself or your audience. It's to tell a story that the players are a part of. Joe Cat, another very talented DM, he had his own opinions about what makes Arcadum such a bad dungeon master. The clip's gone. I do remember what Joe Cat said because I've watched this clip 1,000 times. But essentially, the guy explained that Arcadum had a habit of just yapping to himself at NPCs, as well as really rushing the players and not letting them plan out a response to the scenarios Arcadum put them in. Like, for example, hypothetically, a carriage would be rushing towards the players. And the players would be like, okay, how do we respond to this carriage? But before they could respond, Arcadum would be like, the carriage hits you! The players are like, what the heck? I didn't get to do anything. And then Arcade would be like, well, statistically speaking, technically, so you definitely had statistical cuts gone. So I guess this is kind of one of those just me moments. Sorry. If you can't include the players at your table, you are not a good DM. You could tell the best stories, have the most vivid descriptions, but if the players aren't having fun, none of it is enough. And based on what I've seen from Arcadum, he hasn't learned from this. And for those of you who are former fans of Arcadum, I want to make this clear. I'm not trying to judge you for loving these games. Objectively speaking, from a viewer standpoint, they were great. I mean, he's bad because of how he treated the players. That's what makes him so awful. And I want everyone to take that message away. That if you want to be a good game master, you need to be a good person, too. Arcadum just wasn't that. But in my opinion, a big part of what made Arcadum's community so special, what made the living world of Virum so great, it wasn't freaking Arcadum. Yeah, Arcadum funded it, but it was the artists that made it work. It was the players that made the game charming. And what made the world feel living, it was you guys. You guys, the community, the former fans of Arcadum who supported him, you guys are what made his game so awesome, what made his world feel alive. If he inspired you to run your game, strive to run better games with him. Because in my opinion, as long as you include the players at normal, at the table, and outside of it, and have good friendship with the people that you play your game with, trust me, you are a better game master than Arcadum ever has been or ever will be. This was a very tabletop-centric video. I know we went about a week long of not talking about D&D stuff.
Okay.
I decided to run it back. If you guys enjoyed and you want to see more of our content, then you may want to check out this
I have
previous
been
episode
sitting in a
where
shrimp
we talked
position,
about
but
how
like
Pathfinder team who
reverse
want to make an indie
laying
ripoff of
down
Baldur's
kind
Gate
of
3.
shrimp.
Another Kickstarter failure. It's linked up in the cards. But before we go, you might want to
On
know
a
the Royal
chair
Tower by
slash
leaving a
couch
comment.
thing behind me,
17.8%.
My dog says hi.
I also want to leave a like on this
I'm
one.
gonna play another video, but
And finally,
I'm gonna
buy our merch,
make some
subscribe to our
rice
Patreon. Remember,
first.
these things are what makes these videos possible. In essence, like, comment, subscribe, support.
Because
I
I
will
need
see you
backup
all
voice.
next time. Farewell.
Okay. Hello, mouse. My mouse is not working right now. Okay. What video? Hi, Nico. Hi, Papa. Bongbong. Why did I call you Bongbong? Why did I call you Bongbong? What the hell? Hindi ka naman kurakot eh. Sorry, don't cancel me. Sorry, don't cancel me. Yeah, that's for real, Mini Minute Man. That sounds so wrong.
Super Bowl.
That's shorter.
20th century tuna. Ready.
Viewer discretion, guys.
Welcome to another YouTube video. I gotta say, this was a good idea in my head, and it is even better in practice. Gotta put my hammer back so I know where to find it, you know? Shibari hammer. Can I make that joke? I feel like that'll get me demonetized. Welcome to my office. How's it going, everybody? It's me again. Things have deteriorated. This is gonna be one of those videos, guys. I'm saying it right now. I don't do this lightly. You guys know there is nothing on earth that I love more than half-baked conspiracy theories. In my 4 years on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram, I have covered countless terrible conspiracy theories. From ones that make you go, to ones that make you go, what?
Proof that giants are real? This is a fake fucking sun.
Lizard people are real. And in doing this, as you know, you won't be too surprised, I have met a lot of characters. See, the people that tend to make these conspiracy videos are oftentimes even more interesting than the conspiracy theories themselves. Got fucking Data Kai here talking about ancient fucking lasers.
So yeah, I don't want to know anything about Charles Hapgood's pole or why it shifts.
Now, I'm not saying that being a comic book artist disqualifies you from having any scientific discussion, but I am saying that it may explain why he seems to be completely out of touch with reality. Now, most of the time, I don't get too invested into the characters that I come across when I do these videos. Typically, when I do my short form, I try and just do it one and done. I never include the names of the people that I'm talking about because in my short form, I'm a little bit more of an asshole. This dude, who I'm pretty sure I played beer pong against once in the basement of T. Whose fault is this? They don't believe in dinosaurs. They believe in dragons. His face is a painful reminder that England exists. With sneaking suspicion, these might not be the first white lines you've seen today. We do like a citizen lithium prescription. But every once in a while, I begin to recognize that there's repeat offenders. And so when you guys tag me in videos that you want me to cover, oftentimes it's not even, oh my god, they're talking about this. It's oh my god, it's this guy again. And when you're exposed to guys like this over and over and over again, it almost starts to become like Stockholm Syndrome. You start to get like a little soft spot for them. It's not a soft spot in your heart, like a soft spot in the top of your skull. I become fascinated by them. I study them. Like they're some kind of, like they're in a primate sanctuary. And little by little, I slowly accidentally become like an armchair expert in some random conspiracy theorist on the internet. That, of course, leads me to do the only logical thing a person should do when you know an absolute shit ton about a really specific topic that nobody else gives a shit about. And that is, make a really long multi-part YouTube video about it. Because deep in my heart of hearts, I know that you good people out there need something to play in the background while you do your dishes or fold your laundry or play video games. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it directly here. You see this wall behind me? That's your wall. That's the other side of your wall. I am on the other side of your wall. Now, it's been a little while since I've done one of these case studies. Last year, as many of you will remember, I discussed Ziva. He's a TikTok personality that talks about a lot of pseudo-archaeology and pseudoscience alongside some actual scientific videos. Most of you have probably already seen that series. It did pretty well. So needless to say, people seem to really enjoy them. And the worst part is I really enjoyed it as well. You see, after doing that first video, I got a taste for it. I've been here cooped up in this green room, slowly absorbing, like, arsenic from the walls, and it's been driving me insane. And then, sure enough, it happened. A few months ago, a new subject found his way to me. He manifested to me through the ether like the Green Goblin mask. And so, folks, it's finally time for another one. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to a brand new character in the Milo Cinematic Universe, the MCU. We're totally going to get sued for that. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Milo Rossi, and today it is my great pleasure to welcome you to part 1 of Shane 5 Debunked. Back in March, this video came up on my Instagram Reels.
Did you know that most of the bones at museums of dinosaurs are made of plaster, and it's actually a replica of what they found in the wild? Now, there's a new term called dinosaur deniers. Apparently, a lot of people are denying their very existence. But how could you when you can see it so clearly right there? Of course they exist, right? Well, it's true that before the 1800s, no one called them dinosaurs. They were considered to be dragons, and they were also considered to be much, much more recent in history, alive, walking around. Keep in mind, China's calendar, they have 11 common living animals: ox, goat, chicken, fish, snake, and then there's a dragon on there. So all these bones were considered to be dragon bones until this guy came up with the term dinosaur, and now they tell us that they're hundreds of millions of years old. But how do they tell you? Like, how do they know they're hundreds of millions of years old? Well, this is where the science gets a little bit shaky. One way is they use absolute dating. They use radioactive decay of elements, and they tell you how old it is based on that. They did radiometric reads on the lava that came out of Mount St. Helens in 1980. They came back between 350,000 to 2.8 million years old, which called into question the reliability of this method. The other method was to use index fossils, fossils that occur at certain depths, which indicate a certain amount of years ago. So they're using the rocks to tell you how old the fossils are, and they're using the fossils to tell you how old the rocks are. It's called circular reasoning. There's a lot to be asked.
Now, as you can imagine, due to the soft spot at the top of my skull that I developed from watching too many conspiracy videos, I was immediately intrigued by this. And so, of course, I had to go check out his account. The account that had posted this was called Shane
I have
Vibes
adobo.
_
Not really
and the little
adobo, but like
Instagram name title of Connected
adobo.
Consciousness. We're off to a strong start.
Adobo
What if,
rice.
instead of
I
fixing
put adobo
that
sauce
side,
on rice, basically.
mess up this side. There we go. I don't know why I'm trying to make this look symmetrical. It's a plastic tarp hanging from the ceiling. It can only look so good. Now, the name Shane Vibes Truth immediately struck me because I think it's actually the perfect name for an account that does this. Because it's not truth. It's like the vibes of truth. It's like truth in the sense that it's like a personal truth. Like, you just pick a thing and you're like, yeah, I'm going to believe that. And then, you know, just filter out all the information that tries to prove you wrong. The other thing I picked up from the name of this account was that his name is Shane, presumably. I don't know why you would name an account Shane anything if your name isn't Shane. I don't know why anyone would voluntarily want to be named Shane. Sorry about that, Shane. I don't mean to... I'm not talking about this Shane. Any other Shane watching? Shane, you not only chose to be named... Well, I don't know if you chose to be named Shane. What's happening? Where am I? No, Shane is a versatile conspiracy theorist. By versatile, I mean that Shane will cover pretty much anything. Like, to an astonishing degree. His favorite category seems to be in the health side of things. Oh, what do you mean by health, Milo? Do you mean, like, you know, encouraging people to, like, get a healthier diet and, work out more and exercise and, like, take care of themselves? No. I mean, like, chemtrails and fluoride and, they put aborted baby
Oh, I was right in the
COVID
vaccines.
vaccine. Along with this, Shane is also very into the Hollywood dark elite side of things, which, as I'm sure many of you can already predict, carries with it some baggage that we will unfortunately be talking about in this video. And then, of course, there's my favorite, pseudo-archaeology and young earth creationism. In short, Shane perfectly exemplifies how if somebody believes in one conspiracy theory, chances are they believe in a lot of conspiracy theories. Along with being versatile, Shane is also prolific. Prolific might be a little bit too much of have a positive connotation to it. Another appropriate term that may apply more here could be like, throw shit at the wall and see what sticks kind of thing. Shane posts every single day, multiple times a day. I think I found one day where he posted 5 times in a single day. At the time of me making this video, he has like 720 posts on his Instagram page. That's really impressive. So how, you may ask, does he manage to do 3 to 5 videos every single day? Well, it's because he's not really doing a lot of the videos. There's a lot of videos that are, kind of like this, where he just, appears for a second, to like, what do you think about that? And then it's just another guy telling you a conspiracy theory, and then he pops back in at the end. This is a little frustrating because, I've got that soft spot in my brain. That soft spot was forged by good, hard-working conspiracy theorists. Again, even our boy, Philip Ziba. This guy puts his whole... I'm not going to do that one. This guy puts his back into his videos. This guy throws it back in his videos. He posts maybe a couple times a week, and his videos are more dense than a dying star. Shane, on the other hand, seems to have the complete opposite problem. He seems to be pretty unabashedly a more quantity over quality kind of guy. Obviously, in doing what I do, I am very familiar with conspiracy slop accounts. They are a dime a dozen, really, and typically I would never dedicate this much time to what is essentially a conspiracy slop account. But Shane is a unique case for 2 reasons. One, if you sift through the slop long enough, every once in a while, you will come across like a 3-ounce gold nugget. And it makes all the slop sifting just absolutely worth it. And the second reason is because Shane is very different from the previous person that we covered here. And with that, and the way that he runs his channel, I also think there is a whole host of other lessons to learn from the way that he conducts himself. If I covered someone that was exactly the same as Philip, it would pretty much just be the same exact messages.
True.
But I think Shane is the perfect opportunity to talk about accounts like this, because he's a lot more interesting than most other accounts like this, and he's the perfect catalyst for us to take a deep dive to really understand how these accounts work and what the damage is that they can do. So to warm us up as we begin to get into this video, I want to familiarize all of you with Shane's content. And I think the best way to do that is to start us off with one video in particular that myself, as the regional Shane expert, have dubbed the Shane holotype specimen. Oh, I forgot about this. I noticed it as I was walking over. But the frame's a little bit more zoomed in now, isn't it? We interrupt this program for something very important. And that is, wow, look at that, it's still sealed. Because we are officially introducing the first Mini Minuteman sticker pack. Well, it's not officially like right now. Like, we've shown this in other videos, but it's out still now. It's still out now. Y'all have been asking for stickers for a little long while, and so here are some of them. Not only do we now have this bad boy, but we also got the Schmink sticker as well. Since I can't give you a real Schmink, you're going to have to deal with this one. And check this bad boy out. Y'all ain't ready for this. Hoodie. I bet this is covering my microphone
Hoodie.
now. But we got a brand new hoodie design. Hoodie and
Hoodie.
t-shirt design. I know it's hot right now, so I wouldn't blame you if you wanted a
Hoodie.
t-shirt. But we finally got this bad boy. Available in green. Available in this color as well. And I think there's a black one too, or a gray one, or something. I don't know. So if you want to rent a little bit of Mini Minuteman merch without having some ugly-ass YouTuber logo plastered across your chest, now you can. And of course, I greatly appreciate anyone who does decide to check some of this stuff out, because it helps me keep doing what I do here. All of the artwork and merch on this channel is made by real, actual humans, not a single AI involved. And my wonderful
Nice
partner,
one.
the artist behind all of this, gets a portion of every sale, meaning that they actually get to directly profit off of their work. So make sure to go check it out. Link to that in the description. Greatly appreciate it. Helps me keep doing what I do here. And now, let's get right back into the video. Anyway, what was I talking about? Shane's holotype specimen. What is the holotype specimen? Whoa, it's trying to get out because there's no lime in it. I haven't activated it. It's not safe to drink unless you put lime in it. A holotype is the word given to, like, the perfect example of a species. It's frequently used for extinct species, you know, the holotype specimen of a T-Rex, or the holotype specimen of, like, a fucking
Water. Hydrate,
star
guys,
something
hydrate.
like that. Sorry, a sea star.
Whoever-
I
the hell
know.
is even
My
watching right now?
environmental science teacher in high school drilled that into
I don't
my
think there's
fucking
anyone
brain,
watching
but
me
they're
right
not
now,
a
but if
fish.
you are,
It's
hi!
kind of derm.
Hello,
Don't
say
get it
something in
twisted.
chat.
Don't
I
fuck
need
with
to
me
know
by
I'm not
a
alone
kind
right now.
of derm. It's kind of derm or something. Yeah, I speak German. So a holotype is like the perfect...
Right when I was actually starting to be interesting on stream.
The reference point to understand like, you know,
A unit.
for Homo sapiens, that holotype specimen oddly is Danny DeVito. I'm kidding. I wonder, is there a holotype? Please tell me
Danny
there's a
DeVito?
holotype specimen for people. Oh my god. It just opened up my front-facing camera. Okay, there seems to not be a Homo sapien holotype specimen. So, man, put that in your hinge bio? Holy shit. Hey ladies, not only am I a guy, I am the guy. I am the guy after which all other guys are modeled. Okay, oh god, Jesus Christ. Back to it. So real
So
quick,
you're
before we get
Adam.
into Shane's holotype video, I gotta start with
You're not Milo, you're
PSA.
Adam.
Tony Milo off for a quick second. This video is not an invitation to harass Shane or his viewers. I am not asking that of you. I am
Gotcha.
telling that to you. You are not my attack dogs, and I am not sending you on a fucking crusade.
Oh, yeah, that's very
In fact,
low
I am
latency.
explicitly telling you not to go on
Nice
a fucking crusade. I am immensely
Okay.
grateful to have an
We shall
audience that,
continue
for the most
drawing.
part, upholds
We're gonna
the
be a
high
bit
bar,
more
and
chill
I
now.
expect of all of you to continue showing that level of respect
So,
to people that I
writing
talk
is
about
top
here,
down.
even if you disagree with them. Shane is a real person. He likes things, presumably. He has friends and family and hobbies. He is, even if he thinks differently, pretty much exactly like you and I. The version of him that we see on the screen is a version of a real, actual,
person who deserves to be treated with respect. So please remember that no matter how much you or I or we may disagree or dislike the things he is saying,
You know,
that is not an excuse for you to harass him.
probably,
Now,
like,
believe me,
make
there's a lot of things that
the
we'll be talking
clothes a
about
bit
here that are
more
absolutely worth having a
saturated in
discussion
certain
about.
shading.
And I'm not asking you to
Because it
not
looks
have
very, very
discussions
boring
about
right
Shane.
now.
What I am asking is for you to keep it respectful. You can and very well may take issue with some of the things that he says and the things that he does, and it's totally appropriate to talk about those things in a way that has nuance and you're trying to understand it and express, what the greater implication is. It is not appropriate to just, hurl fucking playground insults at this guy. I expect you to respect this request from me in any discussion about Shane, his content, or this video, whether it be on this video, in the comments, or elsewhere. I will, full stop, not allow behavior like that to define our community. Trust me, I grew up in the age of YouTube. I have seen a lot of fan bases become cults of personality that will attack anyone that their guy doesn't like. And worse, these guys either not doing anything to stop it or outright encouraging it. And that behavior fucking disgusts me. I feel like due to my substantial audience and the type of content that I make, I have an obligation as a creator to say these words in every single video that I make like this. And in so doing, work to prevent the toxic and disgusting behavior that defines so many other internet and creator communities from trying to take root here. The thing that has brought us all together on this channel is a focus on facts, science, and maintaining an open mind. Cults of personality are often at the root of the unquestioning cult-like conspiracy behavior that we talk so much about on this channel. So I remind you that behavior like that, even around me, is the complete antithesis of everything we are trying to do here. And I hear a couple of you saying, but Milo, you're an asshole, why can't I also be an asshole? In these videos, I try and keep it mostly above board, and also, this is my job, okay? My job is being an asshole. Your job is not. There's a very big difference between, me trying to use this as a teaching opportunity and droves of people going to harass and attack a random dude on the internet. Leave it to me. I got the fucking gloves on, okay? Who's got the gloves? Say it with me.
You.
This guy's got the fucking gloves. Bottom line, do as I say, not as I do, and I expect you all to hold yourselves to a
Do
high
as I say,
standard
not as
than
I do is
funny guy. With all that said,
very true,
let's
though.
take the piss. The video that I have dubbed the holotype specimen of Shane's channel is one in which he implies that the band Supertramp had insider knowledge about 9/11.
Okay, this is extremely trivial. We've all seen, you think you know what I'm going to tell you about this, and we'll talk about that, but there's another hidden message in this picture that is shocking. So for those wondering, this is Supertramp. It's a UK-based rock band. This image was released in
Oh, what the hell?
1979.
It was a 0 day.
And you have what's depicting the New York City skyline. You have the salt and pepper shakers here and everything. It's like art. But then you have the Twin Towers. Now this may be what you have seen already. When we zoom in to the towers and you mirror that image, it says 9/11.
I told you guys, that this video is going to be fucking great. Okay, so reminder, what we're looking at is the holotype specimen here. So because of that, I think it's very important that we learn from this. So I want you all to take out your notebooks that you brought for this, obviously, and a pencil, because we're going to take our first note now. The first thing that I would like you to note about Shane's holotype specimen is that his content frequently has a flagrant disregard for any sort of
for logic, okay.
Why
This,
would the band Supertramp have insider knowledge
this,
about the 9/11 terror attacks on the World Trade Center? And in 1979, no less. And then, with all of that, think to themselves, wow, guys, there's going to be a terrorist attack in like
this is an absolute
20-something
bit.
years. Wait, 20-something years. You know what we should totally do? We should leave the cryptic message in an album cover. What? That is just, as a, concept, so fucking ridiculous. I don't even know where to begin with it. So let's not begin anymore. Let's just keep going. I think the best thing you can do is just hunker down, guys. It's going to be a bumpy fucking road.
In front of the Twin Towers. But that's not all. So this is the image mirror. But look at what we're looking through. This looks like an airplane window. Completely looked like an airplane window. So we're looking through an airplane window at the Twin Towers. It says 9/11 behind them. This was made in 1979. And that's an awful lot of strange coincidences.
Shane, those are not coincidences. All of that is very intentional. And I don't mean intentional of intentional. It's subliminal messages.
the album art. I mean intentional in the sense that the album is called Breakfast in America. Not unlike that, the World Trade Center was a symbol of America long before the attacks on 9/11. So they're flying in over the New York City skyline. So you can see the World Trade Center because they were there in 1979 or 8 or whatever it was. The city is made out of diner things because it's called Breakfast in America, and the waitress is serving orange juice in a diner waitress outfit in front of New York City because the album is called Breakfast in America. This is like all the conspiracies I was seeing after fucking Kendrick Lamar's halftime show Super Bowl performance, where it was like people talking about like, you know, Freemasonry and like satanic rituals, which to be fair, they do it literally every Super Bowl ever. But then they talk about all like this hidden symbolism and shit. And I'm like, y'all, Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime show was so full of the most on-the-nose symbolism I have ever seen in my life. A fucking fourth grader could probably have picked up on it. And it was fucking great.
Showed the hailing of the Freemason to symbolize how America is in trouble and needs to prepare for the worst.
But you're not picking up on the symbolism. You are digging so deep that you're making up entirely new symbolism that doesn't even fucking exist. But honestly, this is even worse. Because this album art isn't even, like, symbolism. It's just fucking art. It says the thing that it is, and then it is that thing. It's not that fucking deep, which is now where I want you to pick up your pencil. It's time to note the second thing. The theories that he promotes are often so detached from reality that they are almost hard to debunk.
Hard to
Never
debunk because hard
in my life
attached to
did I ever
that's no
expect that I would
I'm
have
too
to
lazy to write
research
right now.
to prove that the band Supertramp did not have advanced knowledge of the 9/11 terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center. See, at least with Philip Ziba, he gave, you know, stories that I could trace back. He would make a point and I could make a counterpoint. So research like actually worked in that video. But Shane has a little bit more of a vibe of like a guy kind of just like rambling on a subway. Like, you know what, dude? There very well may be fucking elves living in my walls. I don't know. Actually, no, that one actually, you could check that. You could rip your wall down to see if there's elves. And then your family members could come into your house and be like, why are you ripping your walls down? You say, well, a guy on the subway told me there was elves in my wall, and then they institutionalized it. That was all off the cuff. That was pretty fucking good. I gotta say. Wow, I told you guys, I write half the jokes, Beer writes the other half. Okay, I get one ad hominem attack. Ad hominem, one ad hominem attack. I'm allowing myself a single one. The only difference between Shane and the guy on the subway is that Shane looks like a guy that you meet
Ad hominem,
at a craft
by the way.
brewery.
I'm just gonna nerd a bit. Ad hominem is when you use someone's background as basis for an argument in a debate. Like, if you say, oh, this guy is incredible because he cheated on his wife, kind of thing. Why am I thinking about cheating right now? Like, yeah, that's ad hominem. Like, you pull something unrelated to the argument that you're making. Yes. Oh my god, I'm so educated. I'm just kidding.
Golden, Colorado, and bond over your shared love of freestyle bouldering. See, you can do ad hominem and have it not be like, you know, really offensive and insulting. You can have a little fun with it. You can get jiggy with it or something. I don't fucking know. So that was something kind of unique that I ran into in this video. And that is the fact that debunking this is almost hard, just like me. Pause. That's also why this video was a lot easier to make than my video on Philip, because Philip just said so fucking much that it took me literal months to be able to, like, check everything he said. But with this guy, I'm just like, fucking, what? Supertramp knew about what? Okay, let's keep going with this one.
And of course, after that fateful day, many lives lost, and our rights and freedoms forever changed. Until we get them back, of course. Now, you may think this is unrelated, but all of these conspiracies cycle back to health. They absolutely are intrinsically connected. They want to control the food supply. They're putting fluoride in the water. They want you to be weak.
Okay, pencil back up. Third point. You see what I mean when I say that he talks a lot about health? I don't think I've ever used the word health more generously in my life. Calling this health is kind of like, you know, calling a horse breaking its leg in a gopher hole and you having to shoot it in the head health. Now, this is a little bit of a weird one for me, guys. I gotta be totally honest. And some of you may actually feel this as well. In a weird, kind of fucked up way, this is where some parts of me and Shane are like 97% ideologically aligned. which I don't say with any level of pride because they both have such different flavors to them. I talk in my videos quite frequently about the importance of people having control over their food supply. Monsanto or Bayer patenting the genome of crops. Terrible. Billionaires and foreign empires buying American farmland. Terrible. Food deserts that prey on impoverished people and feed them really, really terrible food. Evil. I even talked about this just recently in my video on the Great Raft. Huge portions of this country had absolutely no problem providing for cultures that lived here for thousands of years, and then as the American civilization began to expand, they wiped away all of our ability to produce our own food, and we are now dependent on a system that sells it back to us. We are some of the first generations in thousands of years to not have agriculture be a large part of our lives. Sure, we can say that we have freedom here, if we can even say that anymore, actually. But as long as someone controls your food supply, they got you by the balls. In short, food sovereignty gives power back to communities and back to people and back to individuals and out of the hands of the government. It allows us as individuals and as communities to have our own autonomy. And so Shane and I seemingly agree on that. And then he starts talking about fluoride and chemtrails. Another stellar example of how if you go far enough in either direction, you'll just meet right back in the middle. So Shane, I guess, good to be here with you. I find that many conspiracy theorists actually, not always, but sometimes identify actual issues.
Thank you for not generalizing.
Very frequently,
I appreciate that.
misattribute where those issues are coming from or attribute them to a scapegoat. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You don't need to make up an invisible shadow government to be mad at. You can just be mad at the actual government. So Jay and I share some of the same conviction there. What have I done to
the US
with this
government
fervor? You guys know my
for
convictions.
giving
I'm
us
kind
a
of like
moral
a
crisis.
glorified prepper. I, like I'm sure many of you, have identified the issues, tried to find what the roots of those issues are, and then simultaneously work to dismantle those roots in whatever way I can, but primarily be able to insulate myself, my loved ones, and my community from that issue. And then, more importantly, from all of that, try and inspire others to be able to do the same thing for themselves. My biggest leap is I now have a homestead here. Really nice to look at, isn't it? I've been learning to grow my own food. I have a farm plot, and I've been working really hard to be involved with my community so that we can rely on one another. I grew a bunch of extra tomato plants this year that I didn't have space for. I gave them to some friends. Now they can have tomatoes. One of my friends had a bunch of extra duck eggs last week. They gave me a bunch of duck eggs. Fucking awesome. I even have a chipmunk. Whenever I sit outside to do work, she comes up to me and eats out of my hand. I'm slowly training her to climb up onto my lap. Her name is Rhonda. Rhonda and I are buddies. She is soft, tiny babyness. So all in all, what we try to do something about these convictions has been a lot of hard work and a lot of hard work.
Being distracted.
It has been immensely gratifying.
Oh my days! Hi bag.
Let's have a little look at
Hi
Shane.
bag.
Granted, I don't know the full scope of what Shane has done.
I set it to low latency, so I might be
very well maybe doing
less delayed now. Yay!
Here, so we don't know that, but we know what he's putting online, and this is what he's putting online. Shane has identified some issues in the state of the world. Some legitimate.
I'm already shading, even though I'm not even done with.
People aware of them.
I'm not even done with drawing the hair.
Is to give those people that you have made concerned about these issues a call to action. So let's see what Shane's call to action is.
I am currently on 56 layers.
Not only to detox fluoride, pesticides, heavy metals, chlorine, herbicides, atrazine, glyphosate, but it also boosts fertility and increases brain function massively.
I am 50-50 on whether or not I recommend to become a VTuber model by yourself.
See what I mean about the 5-ounce gold nugget? And this is just the beginning, guys. We're just fucking. We're just getting
So,
so take your pencils back up.
Would be 61, but there's like other folder of just my
some
sketch.
varying
legitimacies. Legitimacies these nuts.
There's the semi-obvious difference in how I'm doing this.
These nuts. That's like not even funny. What? That should not be.
You know what? Nah, let's not shade the hair yet.
Yeah. We should do that. Should we do a mini Minuteman bumper sticker?
I'm doing it once I finish all of it.
It's like the
I'm just too lazy to do it. Not really too lazy, but more like I have other priorities right now.
So anyway,
Okay, ponytail
identify a
time.
lot of issues. Some legitimateless.
Oh,
But the solution to these problems is almost
Shit,
always,
wait.
without fail, buy supplements from Shane. Old colorized footage.
I
of
just
London
realized I have this in different layers.
supplements.
and
Mark
therefore-
Wahlberg saying something about
I can separate. I
supplements. A video
I have been being
of the
distracted
South
by other
Tower
parts of the.
collapsing.
But I could have just been doing that.
Fucking
Supplements, super high in antioxidants, boosts stem cell production, extremely potent.
Thank you for
Comment
calling it
below
peak,
and
though.
check your DMs.
I appreciate
I
it. Thank you.
am
Where's?
actually impressed because Shane is, I will say this, fucking full-throated, a brilliant marketing strategist. Now,
Render that
granted, I-
later. I'm too lazy to do it right now. I have to finish the ponytail first so that it's consistent.
He must be doing
Yes.
pretty damn good because he makes upwards of 3 videos
I'm just
every
rendering
single
the
day,
other parts
and
first.
all of them are promoting supplements. This company, the company he's promoting, cock.com, cock.com, don't cock.com, although probably it might help with your fertility, I don't know. So I didn't look much into this company because frankly, hearing a sales pitch for this one supplement, it gets rid of fluoride and heavy metals and pesticides, and it increases testosterone in men, and it increases estrogen in women, and it'll make you capital F. Fuck is all I need to hear to smell snake oil about 1,000 miles away.
Huh?
So I'm not looking at this company.
What I just-
because frankly,
I
don't
am
give a
watching,
shit. But one thing is, worth
Instagram's
about this
Instagram Reels first conspiracy theorist at Shane Vibes Truth Vibes underscore Truth debunked part
What?
1.
Maybe I am.
This is this is almost 2
One thing that
hours.
is,
I just
worth
realized
mentioning about
this is an almost 2 hour video, and there's an almost 2 hour second part.
pre-workout.
I'm gonna be entertained for the next 4 hours.
$69,
Yeah,
and it has the
we're gonna be
tagline,
entertained for the next 4 hours,
Bring
baby.
the thunder. Now, fellas, I gotta let you in on a little secret. I can tell you with confidence that just simply by looking at this image, I could feel my testosterone bubbling. You'll be oozing with testosterone. While I had my laptop open to this page, my cat looked at it, and her balls were back. And she didn't even have balls in the first place. In fact, I even grew a third testicle. I even grew a second testicle. Okay, now, well, we are really fucking off script here. Now, I will get back to the whole supplement thing in a little bit. Believe me, there's a lot to be said on it. But the last thing that I want us to look at is the comments for this apologize.
Did our
reminder,
classmates just
bring
do a
it back to
farewell
the center.
party
These are comments
without
on
the
video
entirety of the
about
class?
Supertramp doing 9/11. All right, take out your pencils again because I want you to note down the 3 types of comments that we can expect.
Not even informing the rest of the
The first one
class
comes from
about the
this
farewell
guy,
party.
which is a hilarious comment telling
But
Shane
sure,
to listen to
sure,
wonderful
I
songs
guess,
from
I
this
don't know.
album. I guarantee you,
I'm just
if you know
gonna wait
any
for the
song from this
awarding.
album, it's
I'm
that one.
scared.
This is a hilarious dig at Shane saying something that is completely just fucking crazy, and this guy saying, you should listen to this because what are you saying? The first category of comments is one where people say things like this. They have absolutely no problem calling the bullshit, and they are like, dude, what? Now the second category, and one that I find unfortunately to be the most prolific on many videos, are comments like these. These are the category of people that just fully believe in what it is that he's saying. And these kind of fall in 2 categories. They're the ones that are really pissed off, like productive programming at its finest. Guys, it really hurts to be just another woke sheep that has been, ingrained with the productive programming to think that Supertramp didn't do 9/11. And the second category of believer is sort of like the thing that is so esoteric, I almost don't
Okay.
even really know what it means. We live in a holographic
Time
universe.
to
Within it is a
remove, like,
timeline
half
that is
the
also
stuff
fractal.
here,
Every
just
event
so I can
and
see what
experience
the
in
hell
our
is
history
happening on.
shapes
Happening
and
on? What the
together our future. Being real, guys,
Yeah,
that's actually quite beautiful, and I feel like reading it out loud slowly now, I actually understand it for the first time. However, I have no idea what it has to do
with Supertramp doing 9/11. Okay, the final one that we need to talk about is one that has a little bit more gravity, and that
Bald.
this comment.
Indeed. Bald.
So, this comment is referring
I'm just gonna
to the waitress
ball
holding
the rest of the
glass
hair
orange
because it's probably not gonna be
on
seen that
the
much.
album art. Now, for
But
those
at the
of
same time,
that
I
don't
just
spend
like drawing hair, guys.
your time sifting through the most just fucking horrible places in the depths of the internet, you may not be familiar with what this means. In
Oh
this
yeah, I
case,
have to draw an
jukebox
inner
is a stand-in for the word Jews. The
thingy of
implication
teal
here
hair.
being
Okay.
this album cover
I'm gonna have
is
so
also
much fun with
confirming
this.
that
I can
Jews
already-
did 9/11. We got
Oh, God.
that thing happening. This also has
I partially
32
blame
likes, quite a
Scott
lot,
Christian Salvo for
compared to the
infecting
other,
me with being good
comments on
with
the video
liking
and
drawing
perhaps
hair.
the video has. That
But also
is,
not really,
not
because-
great. And so that's the third and final category of comment that we'll see. And thankfully, it's not like really common, but I gotta say, there are some comments on Shane's videos that I have noticed disproportionately compared to most other conspiracy accounts that I've seen. That's some really gross stuff in them. As a creator, if I was making videos and found that a lot of the people commenting on them were using what I was saying to support pre-existing anti-Semitic beliefs and stereotypes, that would be my cue as a creator to be like, whoa, let's take a big fucking step back here and figure out what I'm
This
saying.
is why I love Milo, guys.
We're going to get into this one more, because unfortunately,
Bro actually
more comments like
cares.
this, get into it. But I want to just kind of prepare you for that one, because it's
Oh shit.
there, and it was in the holotype specimen, so. And you might want a new dog whistle, so keep an eye out for that one. It's a fun one. So that gives us a pretty good vibe on what Shane's videos are like. Typical story. They'll vary a little bit, plus minus on either side from here, but this is the general gist of it. So with all that rambling out of the way, let's start to get into this and talk about how we're going to handle Shane.
Oh god. Oh, there's another. I'm not gonna make a research joke. This is supposed to be my break from research.
But since he's
I was gonna say
other
research
videos that I've
behind-
done like this, he's kind of my benchmark. And, you know, he's got a soft spot in my heart and my skull. But at the end of the day, I gotta hand it
Soft spot in
to
my heart
him.
and my
Tough nut to
skull.
crack. He did an awful lot of yapping that required a lot of fucking research and heavy lifting in order to be able to debunk it. There we go. That is not the case with Shane. Philip put a lot of work into his videos. Even if the quality of the information was pretty terrible, the quality of the videos was pretty good. This is not the case with Shane. And lastly, Philip, in his response video to me, mentioned the fact that he's not making any money off this, which is something I'm now more inclined to believe. Shane is.
Here comes the money. Here comes the money.
Five sardines! Patry ka?
Diba? Masarap.
So, safe to say, this situation is quite a bit different. With Philip, I addressed my video directly to him. I told him that I thought the core of his content was pretty good, and was trying to steer him in a direction to be able to improve it. If anything, Philip kind of came across as having a little bit of an indignant lack of self-awareness, which I can be sympathetic towards. And I hate to say it, but I don't think any of that is the case with Shane. Like, at some point in there, I have to feel like you make a conscious decision where you go like, am I really doing this? Both the supplement peddling combined with sort of the general lack of quality.
Oh
leads me
shit.
to view Shane's
Stop
vibe
it.
truth as a bit more
I
of,
was
like,
not paying attention when you got
slopping
that.
down. And it kind of
Oh,
hurts me to say
God.
that. I think that it's a pretty, even for someone like this, truly, because I do think it's, as a creator, it's a pretty fucking harsh thing to call something a slop account. But Shane's videos are sort of a dime a dozen scattershot of a million different conspiracy theories, seemingly to cast a really broad net of a lot of very paranoid and potentially gullible people with the purpose of pulling them in to sell supplements and courses and, you know, whatever else. For all of these reasons combined, I will only really be addressing the very end of this video to Shane. I'll give some pointers on how I think he could direct his energy and his passions in hopes that he'll, you know, take his channel in a better direction. But because of the state and sort of ethos of this channel at present, I'm more inclined to use this as a teaching tool than as an appeal to Shane's morality. Because making money off of 9/11 conspiracy theories by selling supplements is fucking disgusting. I'm not trying to say that as, like, again, like a browbeat here. That's just kind of the way it is. Descending down that, at least to me, kind of feels like you put a fucking electromagnet under the moral compass. When I went to the Society for American Archaeology conference, I met a woman there whose dad was really into Alex Jones while she was growing up. And her dad apparently fell for it like hook, line, and sinker. Everything he said. And InfoWars, Alex Jones' show, follows a very specific beat. Scare the living shit out of people. Make them think there's a boogeyman, whatever it may be. Make them think the entire world is out to get them, and everything in their reality is a lie.
Oh, it's Friday.
And then
Okay.
sell them supplements. This woman, now an adult, has all sorts of health problems that she attributes to the supplements that her dad made her take when she was a kid because he was watching Alex Jones. Now, in at least my eyes, there is no comparison whatsoever to be made between the ethical, the morality of Shane and fucking Alex Jones. But the reason I tell this story is because, one, it's a pretty similar beat, and two, this can actually harm people. Again, I don't know anything about these supplements, and I'm not a fucking health nut. I'm not looking into it. Someone else should, though. I encourage you. But a little alarm bell goes off in my head when it's not, like a doctor selling me medicine. It's a guy on Instagram talking about 9/11. So I'm not inclined to believe that this is something that is necessarily good for your health. And as we've seen in other examples, could actually be detrimental to your health. It's probably the most likely option, at least should the fucking waste of money that goes to him or Alex Jones, So anyway, all of that is to say that I'm not
Water.
super
Hi, Jade.
inclined to be very charitable towards Shane because he is exhibiting what I at least view as immensely predatory behavior. So anyway, in this video, while we do our debunks and our riffing and even bring on a couple surprise guests, I want us all to keep in mind that this video is a lot less about the debunks and is a lot more a case study into accounts like this. And in doing that, help you steer your friends and family away from media outlets that are trying to profit off of their outrage. Okay, holy fuck, I cannot believe that was the preamble. I'm like H Bomber Guy, except I actually make videos. Alright, in preparation for this video, I gleaned over Shane's content. I took my favorite videos and I put them in a folder on my desktop called Shane's List of Atrocities. I then broke those videos down into 3 categories: pseudo-archaeology, young earth creationism, and miscellaneous insanity. I then decided to split this video into 2 parts, and potentially a 3rd video on the miscellaneous insanity, because believe me, there's a lot of
What?
it. But that's only if you guys actually like these ones and your stomach more.
What?
So we'll see at the end. Jesus. After all that, I have to start talking about young earth creationism now? I'm ready to go to bed. Good lord. Costume change. Boom. Scene change. Boom. How the fuck am I going to set this up? What am I doing here? Does this work as a table? Yeah, that seems safe. Maybe we don't do that. Got it. Wow. Yeah, I don't think there's anything better for this video actually than this. And then I can put my drink on here.
It looks like
it's awesome.
Voldemort.
It's like beer. It's like beer, but for 10 a.m. or whatever it is. LeBron. It's an entirely new day of me filming. As you can tell, it is going to be like 85 outside today. Again, the studio is a freezer in the winter and an oven in the summer. So I've had to strip down, and I'm ready to sweat my balls off here filming this video. This is why I'm filming this at 10 a.m. Because if I wait any longer, I will die. As you can see, if you look to my left, I have brought all of Shane's videos with me, and I am fucking ready to rock. In my last video on the creationist textbook, I had someone email me, and they were like, "Yo, Milo, I'm concerned that you might be being exposed to lead in that room. Frankly, I don't know what the fuck would make you guys ever think that I'd be exposed to anything harmful in this room." Okay, Shane doesn't understand geology. It's honestly kind of surprising to me how many conspiracy theories are hinged on people not understanding geology. Like so many different conspiracies from so many different categories. Giant footprints, it's all people just not understanding geology. Most out-of-place artifacts are people just not understanding geology. Even the very first video that I ever did here on YouTube on the melted buildings theory was just based on a guy not understanding geology. That is to say, I've seen a lack of understanding of geology used to back up everything from young Earth creationism to pseudo-archaeology. My theory for why this is that geology isn't something that is really taught in like a standard school curriculum, and so all kinds of conspiracy theories have a really easy time preying on that sort of general ignorance. I personally never even really thought about geology until high school when I took a course on glacial geology, which was really fucking fascinating. And then by the time I got to college, I had a really amazing professor for one of my geology classes that got me absolutely hooked on it. Now, as much as I love this field and consider myself sort of a, armchair expert in it, I am by no means a geologist, or an actual expert in it, for that matter. Now, while an armchair understanding of geology, or, a functioning brainstem is typically enough to, dismantle most of the pseudo-geology we see, I thought, for the sake of this video, we should bring someone on who actually knows, what the fuck they're actually talking about. So, as I was putting this section of the video together, I thought there was only one person for the job, and that is, of course, Kate Larson. Some of you may be familiar with her work. She uses the handle Ruby Geologist and is a geology communicator on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. She is a wellspring of knowledge in the field and was my top pick for someone to help me kind of metabolize and cope with the absolute horror that we are all about to witness. So before we get into the aforementioned horror, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to present to you the woman of the hour. You know her, you love her. She looks like she teleported here from 1972. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kate Larson.
Thanks for the introduction, Milo. If you don't know me, my name is Kate. I'm a geologist, professional science communicator. I teach geology concepts for a living, but you're stronger than me because I wouldn't touch conspiracy videos with a 10-foot pole for fear of losing all of my life force. If you showed me these guys' videos and I was watching it like this, it's like force training anything with brain cells. I genuinely think that this aged me 5 years. Like if you were to radiometrically date me right now, the ratio of parent-daughter isotopes would have changed drastically. Getting ahead of myself. I gotta say though, it's genuinely upsetting what people do with a single misunderstanding. Something we talk about a lot in the SciComm community is how people become skeptical of science. It literally stems from either not knowing or critically misinterpreting one or two fundamental concepts, and then it just snowballs from there. It's okay to be skeptical of science. That's a big part of how it advances. But when you lack a core understanding of the things that we already know to be facts and have proven again and again through replicated data and all these experiments, you have nothing to stand on. So it seems to me like this guy, Shane, either didn't take for science in high school, which is totally understandable because it's not required in every U.S. state, which is fucked up, or just might have misunderstood one or two concepts early on, and now that's skewing how he interprets everything else. So we're going to dive into that. Before we do so, though, something I love about Milo's videos is that he knows what he has to do to cope with some of this madness, and I do the same thing. I post a weekly live geology lesson on Twitch called Rocks and Pops, in which I drink a beer while teaching you a geology lesson. It's like a true geologist, I drink that of my geologic timescale glass.
Make life delicious with 100 pesos off your favorites. Order now from Angel's Pizza, Wendy's, Cocoa Fresh Tea and Juice, and more.
Food panda.
We're going to edit this out, right?
Thanks, Kate. Good to have you here. I'm sorry to do this to you. Kate, I already came prepared with a drink, for this. I've got energy drink hours, but I feel like I kind of have to have a beer now. It is 10:50 a.m., but, they say 11 a.m. is 5 o'clock in Vermont, so I'm only 10 minutes early. Don't give in to peer pressure, kids. Again, do as I say, not as I do. How many layers of drinks can I have for this video? Kate, you came prepared for the Milo Rossi video by having a beer, but the next step in the process is how you open it, Ooh, that was good. Though I may have had a slightly interesting opening instrument. What you did beat me on is your mug. Couldn't find anything that's quite as good as you have, So I am going to be drinking this. It isn't even mine. One of my friends was drinking wine out of this the other night and left it here. So thanks, Gabby. I'm going to be using your mug for this. Fucking 5-year-old pour. Oh, geez. And, you know, notes for both of us, we can both work on our pours. Oh, yeah, and ready for this shit? Check that out. Bottoms up. Kate is going to be popping in throughout the geology section to offer a little bit more informed geological information about why everything you're about to see is insane. And with that, let's actually get into this. 4 hours into this video. You guys have an immense amount of patience. Or you're also like me and you're like, wow, this video is 2 hours long? Perfect. I don't even care what it's about. I just don't have to change the video for 2 hours. I know you. I know who you are.
This looks to me like it's throwing a wrench in the gears of the official story of how Earth came to be and what the timeline of events was.
Wow, Milo, this is the first video you can't crash out yet. I always point out when there's language like this, the official story, the dominant paradigm, the mainstream narrative. While terms like mainstream archaeology are super cringe, it's important to look at them because I think they actually highlight part of the underlying mentality that victims of conspiracy theories have. And that is being a contrarian. A contrarian is exactly what it sounds like. It's somebody who takes something that is widely accepted and backed up and then just goes, nuh-uh. A contrarian doesn't have a reason to doubt widely accepted science other than the fact that it is widely accepted science. This creates a mentality that revolves around taking anything that we know and rejecting it purely on the basis of the fact that we know it. It's honestly really fucking embarrassing. I don't know why people think shit like this is cool. It kind of feels like the grown-up version of that kid in middle school that just needed to have a quip for everything and an argument for everything. I think I was that kid, actually. The only difference is I grew the fuck out of it. Actually, guess I didn't, because this is what I do for a living, isn't it? Shit. Anyway, contrarians are these weird, gullible, tech bro, Joe Rogan fan pygmy girls. And probably the greatest crime against humanity that I see, conspiracy grifters doing to their victims is giving them this contrarian mentality. It's one thing to push a specific conspiracy theory that's dogshit and stupid. It's an entirely different layer of evil to then sow the seeds of making your victims doubt literal reality. Admittedly, it leads to some just delicious little sound bites, but at the end of the day, it's not only kind of pathetic, but it's also really sad.
They say the news is fake. Imagine how bad history is. Well, these guys are finding seashells and all kinds of stuff. Which people find seashells all the time that are old. Except they're at the top of a big mountain. And that means this mountain was under an ocean at one point. But how long ago? According to official sources, about 3 billion years ago. These look like 3 billion-year-old shells? Let me know.
I have a hunch that's a rhetorical question, but I'll let you know. No, Shane, those do not look like 3 billion-year-old shells. Not only do those not look like 3 billion-year-old shells, but there are no 3 billion-year-old shells for those to even look like. Because, and I cannot even believe I have to point out an error that is this fucking obvious, there were no shells 3 billion years ago. Doesn't that predate multicellular life? That's really fucking old. Come on, Wi-Fi, work with me. I'm totally bugging here. Okay, yeah. The most complex life that we had about 3 billion years ago was the beginning of multicellular cyanobacteria. There were no fucking shells, Shane, is what I'm trying to say here. I can't believe I even have to say this shit. Where are you getting this information from? You said this whole thing, according to official sources, 3 billion years ago. Horse shit, Shane. That is absolutely wrong. Okay, I need to take a fucking breather. Kate, I'm passing this one off to you. You're up to bat.
Okay, get this. Even though I have no idea where this is or what his official sources are, I am 1000% sure that mountain was not underwater 3 billion years ago, and those shells are not 3 billion years old. Whoever told him that was lying, or he's lying. Could go either way, because people in this corner of conspiracy are known to just lie to get their point across. No, I'm not going to lie to you. That mountain did used to be underwater, but not in the way that you're thinking, and definitely not in recent times like his content implies. Without having the knowledge or understanding of plate tectonics, which most of the population doesn't, it's very easy to go to a place and see that there are seashells there and assume that this whole place must have been underwater, as in sea level was above the modern day elevation of the mountain. And that's a perfectly normal thought process and a pretty decent interpretation given what most people know about geologic processes and Earth history. It is incorrect, though, And I'm going to tell you exactly how we know that. Video mo! Make your own happen. Apply now. Kung meron ako, hirap mag-commute para mawala ang sakit sa puson, kaya mo with Milo. I'm just going to need a lot of air. First, let's establish some baseline principles of geology that have been proven again and again for hundreds of years. The law of original horizontality says that sedimentary rock layers form flat because of gravity. So underwater, where the rock in the video was formed, and we can tell that because there's marine fossils in it, we know that that was formed by sediment settling on the ocean floor. During that process, it was burying some creatures, and under the right conditions, some of them wound up being preserved as fossils. That means that fossils included in a layer of rock are pretty close in age to it, but like slightly older because of the law of inclusions. That says something included in a rock must be older than it because it had to first exist to wind up in the thing that would later become rock. And by the way, this happens over millions, yes, millions of years where sediment becomes solid rock through a process called liquefaction, and those creatures become fossils through mineralization. And because of this, we say that they're pretty much the same age. This is also why we have margins of error when talking about absolute ages, but it's very minuscule compared to billions of years of Earth's history. But we'll talk about that later when this guy ultimately attacks radiometric dating, because you know he will. Anyways, now we have this rock that formed at the bottom of the ocean, and now it's at the top of the mountain. What happened? Because I don't know where this is, since the guy specifically chose to leave out all the context, and I wonder why, I can't tell you the exact geologic events that contributed to this or when they happened. But I can tell you some baseline stuff that would lead to the formation of stuff like this. There had to be some sort of uplift that would take rock from the bottom of the ocean and lift it up above sea level. Because, you know, what this guy wants you to think, and he wants you to ignore all the facts, he wants you to think that the Great Flood happened and sea level was the thing that changed. Now, there could have been a change in global sea level, but not to the degree that you would get rock from the bottom of the ocean to a mountaintop. Let's just knock that out right now. This uplift was likely caused by landmass collision in one way or another. Now, we're going to talk about plate tectonics in a bit more detail later in the video, so let's keep it simple for now. There are two kinds of crust on the Earth's surface, continental and oceanic. Tectonic plates can be all oceanic or all continental, or a combination of both, and North America is a great example of that. The land, or the continent, is made up of continental crust, and the ocean, the ocean floor, is oceanic crust. Different kinds of crust have different densities, which impacts the way that they interact with each other at plate boundaries, where all the cool stuff happens. New crust can be created, old crust can be destroyed, crust can, shoulder check each other, or just like straight on, to dash heads like goats. Okay, we gotta use hands for this. In this case, two tectonic plates were colliding with each other, and because at least one of them had oceanic crust, it was sliding underneath the other one, and that's like that density difference that decides which one bottoms, essentially. This process is called subduction, but you can call it plate bottoming if you want to. If the angle of the subducting plate is shallow enough, it might push up the plate that's on top. Now, if that were the end of it, we would see the layers right here, this rock, still be horizontal, the principle of original horizontality, but if you look in the video, those rocks are they're tilted. Something had to happen there. It didn't form like that. There had to be some kind of deformation that got them to look like that. All right, so for this demo, we have to add rocks to the mix. My hands can't move in every kind of way, unfortunately. So we've got our two tectonic plates that both have continental crust, the rocks, and oceanic crust, fingers. So we've got one that's subducting under the other. Oh, wait. Continental crust cannot subduct underneath oceanic crust. It can't subduct at all. It just, what happens? Oh God. See, I knew that was going to happen. You got the idea that before that happened, right? That swunkling. This is what we call an orogeny or mountain building event. And it's a very slow process that takes millions of years. So we know these rocks are not modern day rocks. Those fossils, those shells, are not modern day shells either. At least, though, not in the way that counts. Because if you look at them, and they look like clams, that's because they are. Clams are bivalves, and they've been around for 500 million years. Weird thing about me, especially since I'm a geologist, is that I am thoroughly obsessed with marine invertebrates of the ancient world. So I did hours of research on this because I love a good fossil history, and I believe this one here is from the Cardidae family, which popped up around 200 million years ago, and many species are still around today, and you can find them at the beach and at restaurants because they're cockles. So yeah, it's honestly a good observation to say that these fossils look like modern day shells, but that doesn't mean that you should forego all the evidence that says this rock is millions and millions of years old and it was not at mountain height when formed. Also, remember the law of inclusions? If, like clams, bivalves didn't exist until 500 million years ago, there's no way that that rock can be older than that. My closing thoughts for the claims in that video, the ocean did not used to be as tall as mountains. Mountains used to be as short as oceans, and they only got that high over the course of hundreds of millions of years.
Thanks, Kate. I literally could not have said it better myself, which is why I let you do it. Party time. Something I think is really funny about this video is how much of it is based not on just misunderstanding things, but just like straight up lying. His entire claim for this video was that the evidence he was going to present
It's throwing our attention here to the official story.
And then he just straight up lies about how old the rocks are, which, like, up to him may seem like, what's the matter if I lied about how old the rocks are? It absolutely fucking matters. It's the difference between what you're saying being plausible and just being completely incompatible with fucking reality. The dude said the rocks were 3 billion years old, which predates the oldest bivalve fossils by 2.5 billion years. Billion! With a B. I know that geology is not like a thing that we're well versed in, but I literally cannot even stress to you how much of an error that is. On top of the actual lying, he also just lies by omission, by just not telling anyone what these fucking mountains are. The last thing you want to do as a conspiracy theorist is give people the tools they need to actually do their own research. But the craziest thing is that he even says, according to official sources, meaning that, they call me crazy, but to me that implies that there is an official source that he's then just not fucking giving. But I think I'm going overboard even assuming there actually is an official source, because the thing that he's attributing to the official source is completely and utterly incorrect. The fact that this entire video is just based on him straight up lying is made even funnier by the quote that he opens with in the beginning. If they say the news is fake, imagine how bad history is. Remember, folks, when it comes to conspiracy theorists, every accusation is a confession. Let's have a quick look at the comments of this video before we move on to the next one. Damn, they can tell us 3 billion years ago the Earth was underwater, but would that hold up in court? Wouldn't all the evidence be circumstantial? Were there any witnesses? Oh my god, that's such a... Oh, you people drive me insane. Honestly, it's been giving me a large amount of pause. Try and tell myself that Shane really is just a rage bait account that I've fallen for, because I have a hard time believing that a person like this actually exists. Were there any witnesses? Were you there for 3 billion years of Earth's geologic history? I don't think so. Crazy thing to say as well for someone promoting creationism, where that argument would also work for them. Shane, were you there when God created the world by snapping his fucking fingers? I don't think so. The only difference between not being a witness to all of Earth's geologic timeline and divine creation is that we have evidence for all of Earth's geologic timeline. What about carbon dating? We will discuss that scam later. Yeah, Shane, I would love to hear the guy who thinks that clams existed 3 billion years ago and try to understand fucking radiocarbon dating. Please, make my fucking day. And the best part, you ready for this shit? Disclaimer, this video is for entertainment purposes only, and not to be taken as fact. I'm trying to keep professional here. But the only thing I can think to say when I see something like that is that, Shane, you are, how do I say this really nicely, a coward. I don't have the words in the English language to, see, I told you, to express how fucking insufferable it is to watch someone poison the knowledge of humanity and then at the end tack on a little disclaimer being like, well, just for jokes. That is, like, actually fucking disgusting behavior. It's like that fucking meme of, like, this woman who was like, I dated this guy who was like 5'4", and he would always like start shit with like huge like 6'3" dudes at bars, and then like right when they were about to knock them the fuck out, he would hit them with the yo, I'm just a little guy, I'm just talking with you. Shane like is that heavy. Yeah, I know I'm like poisoning society with my lies and misinformation, but like, hey, dude, it's just for entertainment. You're overreacting. It's not that deep. Chill out. It's fucking insufferable. Genuinely fucking insufferable. Let's move on.
Now, in this evolution theory, it said that dinosaurs evolved and they were around 250 million years ago, and they were running around evolving.
They were running around evolving. Look at me, out here, running around evolving. Maybe if I think really hard, I can grow wings. Fuck! Oh, I need to be running around to evolve. Okay, gonna run 3 laps, and I'm gonna grow a tongue like a fucking chameleon. This is gonna be the dilemma I have in every video that I talk about Shane. Trying to figure out whether or not he genuinely doesn't understand what he's talking about, or if he's just intentionally making himself sound like a moron. Either way, as funny as running around evolving is, it's a classic creationist tool used to infect the minds of their flock to make them doubt science. This same strategy works for many different topics and sort of just revolves around taking a complex scientific idea that's well understood and oversimplifying it so much that you could just trivialize it and say, see, isn't that stupid that they believe that? Don't remember in my ruining my Instagram Reels algorithm video that like creationist Big Bang doesn't exist? Click, this one.
Wow.
It's exactly like that, where creationists take the term Big Bang and then, interpret it as like a literal explosion in the sky, and then the Earth existed, which is just not at all how it works. And by them presenting it like that, they are, again, just fucking lying. Good point, Shane. I'm running around right now, and I'm not evolving. Those silly evolutionists have no idea what they're talking about. I know you don't need me to explain this to you, but this isn't how fucking evolution works. Evolution takes fucking countless generations to work. It works very slowly. If you don't understand this, just type evolution into fucking Google and read Wikipedia. I promise you, it's really fucking simple. Anyway, this is more of a biology thing than a geology thing, but I just had to chip in to say something here. So let's get back to geology.
Now, you can Google this next part for yourself, but it is laughable. To identify how old a layer of rock is, they use something known as index fossils, which is a species of animal that lived within an approximate time period, so they know that that rock layer is about that old. But how do they know that that fossil lived around that approximate time period? Well, it is judged by what layer of rock it's found in. So the layer of rock tells you how old the fossil is, and the fossil tells you how old the layer of rock is. That's called circular reasoning. The other way they tell you rocks are hundreds of millions of years old is by using radiometric dating. Trace radioactive impurities are selectively detected, and they can tell how old they are apparently. But this method of dating was called into question after Mount St. Helens erupted in 1980s. They tested the lava with this method, and it came back between 350,000 to 2.8 million years old. Comment your thoughts below and follow for more.
That sounds really fascinating, Shane. I'd never heard of that paper, but you've piqued my interest. An entire form of dating, an entire field of study, written off by a single paper? This sounds like some pretty groundbreaking stuff. Sounds very scientific, and I'm sure is something that you researched very heavily, because Lord knows you wouldn't want to be spreading any misinformation here.
Right?
Also, absolutely delightful to hear someone complain about circular reasoning when the entire line of reasoning for all these videos is, I don't know, Bible said so. Anyway, Kate did us the honor of peer reviewing this information, and I'm going to let her explain this one to you.
Yes, everyone's got a problem with dating, and I wouldn't expect any less from this guy. But it's honestly pretty understandable coming from him because he is definitely not learning from reliable sources. He's citing search engine AI overviews, which are known to be not very factual, especially in geology, because I did an investigation on this last year with Proof News. I guess we'll put a link to that in the description if you want to see how bad AI is at explaining geology topics. One of the biggest problems that I have with it is that it's scraping information from every website that talks about this, including the ones that contain debunked pseudoscience, confirmation bias. Moving on, relative dating is a method that we use to correlate rock layers with each other without knowing their absolute numerical ages. We just know if they're older, younger, or the same age as another layer of rock. And And this is built around another principle of geology called the law of superpositioning, which says rock layers on the bottom are older than rock layers on the top because the layers on the bottom had to exist first in order to get buried by younger rock layers. And by the way, all these principles are actually the fundamentals of stratigraphy, which is the study of rock layers and how they correlate with each other. And it's what I'm going to grad school for. I love this shit. Something that Shane brings up right away when talking about relative dating is index fossils, and the AI overview tells him that they're used to know the ages of rocks, which is true. But then, like a normal person, this is a very normal thing to be curious about. He looks up how we know the ages of index fossils, and the AI gives him an unhelpful answer that he interprets as circular reasoning by scientists, rather than, maybe this isn't a good source of information. The use of index fossils is built upon the principle of faunal succession, which says if a rock layer contains an index fossil, then you know that rock had to form during the time window, usually a brief time window, relative to Earth's history, that guy existed. And if you find that same guy in another rock layer, even in another part of the world, you know that those two rock layers must be around the same age. The thing is, before radiometric dating, we didn't know exactly how old these were. We just knew how old they were in relation to each other, relative dating. And we didn't have all the answers, but we got pretty detailed with it, largely because geologists are really good at pattern recognition. So when radiometric dating was invented in the early 1900s, we were finally able to get numerical ages of this stuff, and those numbers have only gotten better and better as technology has improved and new research has fine-tuned major events. Shut up! There's always crime in my neighborhood. How it works is by measuring radioactive isotopes trapped in a mineral when it crystallizes. As its parent isotopes decay to daughter isotopes, you can compare the ratios of remaining isotopes and calculate how much time has passed since that mineral formed. So there is an unfortunate hang-up in this method, and it's something that young Earth creationists and conspiracy theorists throw back at us and say, well, this can't be true. You can't possibly say this is right. Because they're missing a fundamental thing, and that's, we know that you can't use this on sedimentary rocks. We know that. And we don't. Because if you were to date a sedimentary rock, what you actually be dating is a mineral grain, like a grain of sand. And that came from a different rock. The sedimentary rocks are made of sediments from other rock. So that wouldn't be telling you the age of the sedimentary rock. It would be telling you the age of some completely irrelevant rock that is definitely much, much older. This particularly sucks because sedimentary rocks are where fossils are, index fossils. So how do we get the ages of the rocks and of the index fossils? By using a combination of relative and radiometric dating. So along the same lines as index fossils, we have these things called marker beds, which are really easily identifiable beds in a sedimentary sequence that we can trace over large distances and multiple rock formations. These beds point to a very specific time in Earth's history. This rock layer, no matter where it is, we know it all formed at the same time. Sometimes these are just sedimentary, which is very useful in relative dating, but still can't use it for radiometric dating unless it's volcaniclastic. Breaking up that word, volcano, clastic. Clasts, which is the word that we use for the pieces that are inside sedimentary rock, like the grains and sediment that make it up. Volcaniclastic beds are strata, layers of rock that are either partly or entirely made up of volcanic material, like ash or glass, that, after an eruption would settle into a basin along with all the other sediments and then would become a very identifiable layer within the layers of sedimentary rock. And yet, you can date that shit. Ash beds are a holy grail in SedStrat, and they were a huge part of my undergrad research because of how useful they are in correlating other rock formations. And this is where relative dating comes in. Because let's say there's 2 ash beds in a section of rock. This is something that I saw in my research area, and they were like just meters apart in the rock wall. So we've dated both of these ash beds, and we know how old they are. We have a number for it. We now know the range of age that the rock in between it is, even though it's sedimentary rock and we can't radiometrically date it. But wait, there's a special fossil in there, an index fossil that we previously didn't have an age for. We now know very specific range that it has to be in age, and we can use that now to date every other rock layer that index fossil shows up in all around the world. Now, the rest of Shane's video takes an unfortunate turn because it's not based on a fundamental misunderstanding. It's based on straight up lies. And we're going to drink. We need to drink sometimes. Unsurprisingly, he doesn't give any source for this Mount St. Helens dating incident, but I did 5 minutes of digging and found that it came out of the Institute for Creation Research, which spouts all this pseudoscience about how the Earth is actually really young and that millions of scientists are wrong about it in the exact same way. How about that? The incident was documented by a man named Steve Austin, not to be confused with Stone Cold Steve Austin. This guy is more like Stone for Brain Steve Austin because it just seems he doesn't have a single real thought up there. Anyways, in the 90s, he conducted this research project where he dated what should have been like around 10-year-old rock. But because he got this absurd number, he's like, well, radiometric dating is actually bogus, and everything that we've used it for is now null and void. Now, I read the paper that he wrote about this, and I scrolled to the methods section, and I knew instantly why he got that number. The dumbass used potassium argon dating, which is arguably one of the worst possible choices for a rock this young. Potassium-40 decays into argon-40 at a half-life of 1.25 billion years. That means in the 10 years since the eruption, there only would have been a 0.000000055% decrease in potassium. I don't know if the 8 zeros made it clear, but that's virtually undetectable. Like respectable geologists with knowledge of geology and radiometric dating, if that's the research that we're trying to do, know that potassium argon dating is only used for things older than 20,000 years because it literally cannot show a difference for less than that. Even more so, we know that it's most accurate beyond 100,000 years, all the way up to 4.5 billion years. When you want to date rock that you know is relatively young, you use another kind of radiometric dating, maybe uranium-thorium, which is highly accurate from just a couple of years up to 600,000 years because of how fast uranium-238 decays. This guy claims to have a PhD in geology, but there's no way he's that stupid. Either that, or he's deliberately trying to discredit radiometric dating to serve his own agenda. Could go either way, honestly. A smart person is skeptical of research with little credibility, and the truth of the matter is, this guy does not have any work published in peer-reviewed journals that are outside of the niche creationism community. That should tell you something. Confirmation bias. Again, Yeah, Stonebrain Steve Austin is a hack of a geologist and an absolute disgrace to our field. And I hope I run into him at a conference before he croaks, so I can spill beer on his shoes. Stonebrain Steve Austin, I'm funny.
Stonebrain Steve Austin. I'm gonna give you that one, Kate. That's pretty fucking funny. I don't think I ever would have thought of that. See? This is why we need you on YouTube, making YouTube videos. It's pretty funny, right? We need more people doing this. We need more people taking the piss on YouTube, making jokes about stones and things. So as we can see, all of the evidence in this video that claims to overturn, the entire field of geology is predicated on two things. A guy quoting a bullshit article from a creation scientist without reading it, understanding it, or presumably even knowing what it means, and a guy using the fucking AI answer section on Google. This is what I mean when I say that Shane's research makes Philip Ziva look like a fucking PhD student. The absolute audacity to claim that you know more than all of science, and your source is the AI answer section on Google, and you not understanding science. The comments on this video are also just fucking delightful, I might add. Also, they carbon dated a sea lion's bones. They knew died a couple weeks ago, and it showed something like 4 million years old. Oh, something like 4 million years old. Damn, that's, I believe that. Do we want to get any more context here? As we've talked about, there's always some outstanding things for dating methods that scientists know and take into account when they date things. So, you want to look at literally hundreds of thousands to millions of examples of radiocarbon dating working? Or do you want to just find one time where something anomalous happens that you're not going to source and use that as an excuse to be like, see, God is real? Which brings us very nicely to the comment under that one, which is just Christ is Lord, which I see a lot in these videos too. And like, go off, King. If that's your truth, fucking good for you, bro. Good for you. What the fuck does that have to do with Mount St. Helens? No fucking idea. The thing about Shane is that he's just so insanely off the mark almost at all times that it's actually kind of impressive. This also highlights something that I find to be really entertaining about contrarian bullshit artists like Shane. They spend so much time whining about indoctrination and the paradigm when they are literally the most dogmatic people on the entire fucking planet. We'll actually see this one guy who completely believes in my niche ideology published one paper that fully supports all of my biases, and therefore science is wrong. Like, god damn, these people not hear themselves? Like, it genuinely makes me feel like I'm going insane. And I honestly think this way of thinking leads to one of the biggest hang-ups that victims of conspiracies have in their flawed lines of reasoning. And that is the need for there to be, like, a guy. You see, most conspiracy theories and anti-science cults are built around a guy. They got their Ken Hovind, their RFK Jr., their Graham Hancock, you name it. Cults of personality that claim to have the discovery that can single-handedly overturn an entire discipline of science. And these anti-science cult leader grifters are obviously not doing this to improve the body of science, but instead to blatantly enrich themselves. Their singular goal is to expand their personal notoriety and recognition so that they can be on podcasts and sell books and make Netflix series. And most horrifyingly, make it into the fucking government. It's my theory that because so many of these anti-science cults have a guy at the helm, their victims think that actual science must work the same way. They don't really get that science doesn't really have a face. And because of how many individuals and regions and ideas are contributing to it, it works towards being a largely objective source of what we truly know about the world. But since the victims of conspiracies like Shane and Philip and the contrarian guys who peddle them don't have a leg to stand on in an actual field of science, they have to find creative methods to wave away entire disciplines of science who they need to be disrupting in order to continue their personal enrichment. And I believe that this is one of the dominant reasons why so many victims of conspiracy theories and contrarian bullshit artists whine so much about the dominant paradigm in mainstream academia and the woke agenda, because they need to make up a guy. There needs to be some greater thing pulling all the strings. The thing they don't like can't be objective, because if it was objective, then they would have to change their worldview. And so they have to find some nefarious reason for why this thing I don't agree with is suddenly out there in the world. So they come up with, like, the invisible shadow government, or the Freemasons, or the Jews, because they need to have a fucking, some invisible entity pulling the strings that's responsible for fucking science. It's way too much work to actually learn from the knowledge of the thousands of people that have dedicated their lives to understanding a field, and it's far easier to just hand-wave it away by saying that it's all part of some bigger nefarious agenda. And in turn, this empowers people like Shane to think that their complete and utter ignorance of anything within the field of science is worth as much as the understanding of those who have developed the field. You see, many of the contrarian grifters that peddle pseudoscience wear a thin veneer of being scientists. They go on podcasts or get into the government or, have a British accent, which gives their victims the false impression that they're somehow an authority figure and in turn makes their victims not really understand what science is. And as such, the grifters at the top prime the pump for their victims to go and attack actual science with accusations of dogmas and paradigms, when these terms literally define the mentality behind every single pseudo guy on the entire fucking planet. Once you get over how frustrating and fucking stupid it is, it's actually really sad. We are essentially watching people get tricked. There's no other way around it. And people like Shane and Philip are two who I think are perfect examples of that. People that were tricked and were taken advantage of, and now unfortunately have to face accountability because they are going on to trick other people. I'm sorry, but you lose the "I was taken advantage of" excuse when you start taking advantage of other people. Alright, I'm putting a bow on the paradigm conversation. Science, in its truest form, is the challenging of the dominant paradigm of blind faith. It is humanity's ever-unfolding search for objective truth, and the only people who are still clinging to a paradigm are the ones who reject the objective truths that science has uncovered.
Work is a pain in the ass. My files are in this app. My chat's in this app. Projects in that app. Oh, wow. You're really working your ass off, Daniel. You need ClickUp. ClickUp?
Fuck. You guys got me doing like a fucking a sermon up here. Oh, there we go. I said it. Here come the comments. See, Milo said he's giving a sermon up there. Science is just another religion. Checkmate, arthritis. Okay, let's go on to the next video because I haven't lost enough fucking brain cells today.
Is Pangea completely fake? Many people on my last video were saying, "You fool, there's seashells at the tallest mountain ranges of Earth because of tectonic plates and Pangea. Not because the Earth was once fully covered in water not too many thousands of years ago, and not because of a giant flood, but because of tectonic plates and Pangea."
Wouldn't be a pseudoscience video without denying plate tectonics. I'm not really sure why he zoomed in on Tacoma, Washington. That was a little fucking weird. I don't know if that was Tacoma. Was that Tacoma? It was close to Tacoma. I've only been to Tacoma once, and it's weird to see Tacoma in a video about creationism, because the only time I've ever been to Tacoma, it truly confirmed for me that there is no God.
While I agree there are cracks in the Earth, there's some other questions we need to ask. People say the continents were once connected. What's interesting about that is, if you take the water away from Earth, you'll notice there is dirt. The continents are connected right now.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ.
There's dirt. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? What in the fuck am I watching? Checkmate, geologists, there's dirt under the ocean. Fuck. See why I made a point of showing you guys the holotype specimen earlier? Because this, perfectly exemplifies one of the, first points I made. I have no idea what the point is that he's even trying to make here, and as such, I don't even really know what to debunk. It's just, a stupid thing to say. I don't even fucking get what he's going for.
They're not disconnected. This isn't an island floating. It's just a part of a landmass that's sticking above the ocean level, which has changed in the last few thousand years. So the idea that this is and yes, there are fault lines. There's places where lots of earthquakes happen. That's true. But this landmass that's connected and solid to the Earth, connected to that landmass over there, just slowly floats around, and they all just slowly float apart.
It seems like Shane just doesn't understand how plate tectonics work, or is willfully ignoring how plate tectonics work. He doesn't seem to acknowledge that there's a difference between oceanic crust and continental crust. He sort of, takes the water away, and he's like, look, it's all connected. He doesn't seem to understand that, that's not really how that works. He doesn't mention anything about, interactions between the plates, or really anything to lead me to believe he has the slightest fucking inclination of what he's talking about. And I don't mean that as a slight. I'm not trying to, gatekeep here if, stupid dumbass didn't go to college for geology. I mean, if you Googled the words plate tectonics, you would figure this out in, 3 minutes or less. There is literally no excuse for being this poorly informed in the information age. Not a single one. Especially if you are then going to be sharing your ignorance online to thousands to millions of people. What the fuck? This is another great example of pseudoscientists writing off an entire, very well understood scientific discipline based purely on them just not understanding it. Not only not understanding it, misunderstanding just the name of the scientific phenomenon. Like, what seems to be going on here is that Shane heard, plate tectonics and continental drift and sort of just amalgamated them into one. And in his brain, he goes, drift, that's what happens to the water, right? And so he interpreted that as like, the continents are just like pieces of fucking, like, they're like bumper boats in the water, floating around, bumping into each other. Which isn't like entirely a terrible analogy, it's a gross oversimplification, but he leaves out any of the important information or is intentionally obfuscating it so that he can, sell you the chat mode firm count supplements or something. Other examples of people doing shit like this is, the Big Bang one I mentioned earlier, where creationists will be like, Big Bang couldn't have happened because explosions can't happen in space. And it's like, well, it wasn't like a fucking explosion, like a goddamn, a stick of fucking dynamite going off. You're just thinking it was like that because you hear the word bang and you couldn't be fucked to look it up. Or like when fucking climate change deniers are like, oh yeah, so much for global warming, it's snowing here. A million curses upon the fucking asshole that brought a snowball into the halls of Congress. You fucking dumbass, you have given ammunition to climate change deniers forever. But also, that's why we call it fucking climate change now. Because while there is a general trend of warming, there are a lot of different things that happen. Because climate change is a lot more nuanced than just, oh, climate change happened and there is no more snow. But it's a lot easier to just misunderstand one single phrase that you don't feel like believing in, and then just say that somehow your interpretation of that phrase is worth more than the fucking countless scientists that have actually created the entire field that goes underneath that phrase. Now, Shane here is clearly not an authority figure to talk about plate tectonics, and I, frankly, am not really either. So I'm going to hand this over to someone that knows a lot more about it. Hey, can you tell us, fucking, what?
It's true that the continents are not just land masses floating in the ocean, like they are all touch each other. What this guy missed in earth science class was that it's actually tectonic plates that are floating around, not the continents. Tectonic plates are floating on top of the uppermost layer of the mantle called the asthenosphere. Why are they floating on top? Because they're less dense, like how oil sits off of vinegar and those like decorative salad dressing bottles that your mom had for like 2000s Tuscan kitchen, and you weren't allowed to open them. There was like olives in there. What were those for? I always wanted to drink it. So it seems like Shane is just stuck on continental drift, which is making it hard for him to understand the complex nature of what we actually call plate tectonics. Continental drift refers to the early explanation of why the continents look like they kind of fit together. Notoriously hot scientist Alfred Wegener said, well, they drifted apart, but I don't have the mechanism for how or why. That's the real reason that his idea wasn't taken seriously by the scientific community. It's not because he was like challenging the system or like breaking the mold. It was because he didn't have enough evidence to back it up. All he said was, well, it looks like this, and we've got the mountains that kind of line up, and we've got fossils on both sides of the ocean. That was it. Don't get me wrong; those were great converging lines of evidence, and they were very significant in later studies. But without having any explanation as to how this actually happened, there was really no credibility to his idea. But then, decades later, this geologist named Marie Tharp was using data from warships to make a map of the ocean floor, and lo and behold, there's a 10,000-mile-long ridge in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. We call this, if you can believe it, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. This was like a smoking gun, and it led to a frenzy of research in the 60s and 70s that produced even more evidence and ultimately resulted in the acceptance of this newly advanced, fine-tuned theory of plate tectonics. Quick sidebar, in science, the word theory means something else than it does to everybody else in the world, and I hate that that's the word that we use for it, because it creates a lot of confusion, and people think that, oh, it's just a theory, it's not proven. No, in science, the theory is proven beyond reasonable doubt by countless experts. Like, we know this is happening, and there is mounds and mounds of evidence to prove it, including, finally, the mechanism behind plate tectonics. So the driving force of plate tectonics is actually a combination of two things: ridge push and slab pull. I'm going to demonstrate that to you with a simple little demo that I developed a few years ago. All you need is a piece of paper and whatever this is. I bought this at a garage sale like 10 odd years ago, and the only things it's ever been useful for are holding sunglasses poorly and explaining plate tectonics pretty efficiently. Let's sip the beer first. We'll go back for a little beer, mic stand method. Let me just say, for how stressful it is to talk about the skies videos, I'm doing pretty damn good on beer. This is taking so long. The paper here represents the Earth's crust. The little shape I drew in here is continental crust, and everything around it is oceanic crust. Now, something's happening underneath the paper in Earth's mantle. It's convection. There is kind of like upwelling of material that's going kind of like in a circular motion. I don't have the hands to demonstrate that right now, but it's pushing these two sides apart. It's actually creating a rift in the middle, and it's pushing the sides apart. How is it doing that? By creating new rock. What's coming up from the middle here is magma. It's magma, and it's what? Just splash. Yeah. See, we're actively creating new oceanic crust in the middle because new material is coming out of this rift. And that's what we call bridge push. But remember, there's another component, slab pull. And we have to consider where this crust is going. It's being pushed out from the rift, but where is it winding up? Well, this isn't the only, crust on Earth. It's going to intersect and collide with another tectonic plate. And because this is oceanic crust, let's say that the stuff on this side, I don't have more paper to show this. And I feel like if I had more, it would fall apart. I don't have as many hands as I'd like to have to be able to do stuff like this. So this is going to be subducting underneath another plate. And that has weight to it. That has mass. Gravity is pulling that down. And that's also contributing to the bridge push. The slab is actively pulling on the plate as well. So these two are working in tandem to move plates around. I love this thing. It falls apart every time I use it. I've been meaning to super glue it, but I don't know where my glue is.
Also, without the Mercator projection, half of these continents wouldn't fit so nicely into each other like it looks like on this map. If you got the true size of Africa, the true size of Greenland, put them all together, it would not fit very well. There was distortion in the maps, and there's a reason for it. They say there's a whole explanation of why they do it. But it's not this neat and tidy Pangea you think it is. Also, if you look at an official Pangea map, you'll notice half of these countries and continents are not this shape. They formed them into a shape, which they claim they slowly drifted apart. They don't look the same anymore, but they just formed them into a big landmass and call it Pangea.
Oh, that is because, as you have brilliantly observed, the continents have changed shape since then, Shane. Just because the continents look like this now does not mean that the world forever has just been continents in this exact shape, just floating around, bumping into each other. I honestly may have a little bit of a weird type of respect for Shane if he is actually doing this just to grift and kind of put on a persona, because I personally have way too much pride to ever allow myself to willfully partake in this level of humiliation for any amount of views. I just could not do that to myself. I could not put on a bit where I'm just like, all right, I'm going to work today, guys. My work, what is it? Oh, well, I pretend to not know anything on Instagram. And again, I'm not trying to gatekeep here or be call him a fucking dumbass. I mean, this is not stuff you need to have a geology, PhD to understand. This is literally Wikipedia search will give you the information you need. So if you are going online and acting like a fucking authority figure in geology and spreading misinformation, and you haven't even fucking Googled it on goddamn Wikipedia, I am going to call you an idiot. I'm sorry. I don't know what else you want me to fucking say. A random schmo online who's in the comment section just being a fucking moron, I'm like, sure, whatever. You're not claiming to be an authority. No one's taking you seriously. You don't have to Wikipedia search it. But if you're going to be making videos, there is absolutely no excuse to not just double check the things you're saying. Okay, anyway, it's not just our fucking modern continent floating around bumping into each other in this shape. Pangea started breaking up 200 million years ago, Shane. Just 200 million years after the first mussels emerged, clams, wouldn't you know? Do you really think that it would be possible for all these continents to break up and move around and not change shape at all? Again, I just can't help but feel like this guy's being obtuse on purpose, because I can't imagine someone actually thinking that this is a logical line of reasoning. He also has this, weird moment at the beginning where he acknowledges that,
earthquakes and fault lines exist.
So the idea that this is a, and yes, there are fault lines. There's places where lots of earthquakes happen. That's true.
Which, to be fair, would be absolutely insane to deny, but I guess at this point I honestly wouldn't put it past him. But then, if you believe in that, how do you not believe in plate tectonics? Shane, you know the earthquake, the thing you believe in, you know what that is, right? It's plates slipping against each other, or slipping like this, or like this. They're slipping, is my point. So, once a plate has slipped, do you think it just, like, heals and, like, goes back? No, it fucking slips. So if it slips a little bit every once in a while, and it's observable on a human lifespan, what the fuck do you think is going to happen over a really long time? This is like the creationists who believe that, like, you know, evolution can happen on, like, a micro scale, but I just don't believe in, you know, like, evolution. What the fuck do you mean by that? Like, if you think that things can change a little over a little bit of time, then how the fuck do you not also think that things can change a lot over a lot of bit of time? Jesus. Okay, Kate. Fucking take it away. Get out of here.
I can see where Shane gets some of his, like, quarrels with Pangea, and a lot of it stems from the maps that we have of it, because nobody was around back then, and all that we're basing this off of is the knowledge that these parts, these plate boundaries are spreading, these plate boundaries are converging, these plate boundaries are sliding. That's all that we have, and different models will have different estimates, and they create different maps. But remember, we know it existed, and we know that all of those specific continents were touching each other. We just didn't have, like, exactly the perfect representation of the shape of the whole thing. There's one kind of Pangea map that I have a lot of problems with, and it's ones that show, like, the placements of countries, and also, like, modern day shapes of stuff, because if you don't have a slightly higher than basic understanding of plate tectonics, it's really easy to misinterpret that. That's exactly what Shane does. A lot of people think, and this is perpetuated by those little like activities where you cut out the shapes of the continents and cut them together. They're not going to fit exactly, because Pangea wasn't just an amalgamation of the continents as they are today. They evolved and changed shape since they broke apart from Pangea. Like, they weren't done being built yet. There's parts of our own continent, North America, that didn't exist until after Pangea. Around 100 million years ago, we had this ocean, like, cutting across North America called the Western Interior Seaway. It was around for about 30 million years until all that land slowly uplifted above sea level, which is why you can find shark teeth in South Dakota. And this is just one example of post-Pangea Earth still being dynamic and evolving in the 170 million years since it broke up. People are so hung up on Pangea. So there's Reunite Pangea t-shirts. Did you know that there were other supercontinents before Pangea, like Rodinia? Nope, I bet you didn't. Did you know that there was all kinds of stuff that happened after Pangea broke up? Yeah, you do.
Thanks, Kate. Killed it. Let's look at the comments real quick. There's only one I really highlighted for this one because it's just another thing that Shane says that I really love. Pangea is right up there with Darwinism and evolution. And I do like this combined with his profile picture of him doing this, which is like, actually, is that exactly what I'm doing in my profile picture? Shay, actually. Shay, you know? You and I, we are not so different, Shane. We are not so different. We both believe in, food sovereignty and, giving back to a community, and we both have the same profile picture. Only difference is you have balls of steel to do this for a living and be able to see it. And I respect that about you. Okay, next video, last video.
If this thing really happened, which there's a ton of evidence that it did, you'd think it would be included in the education system if they were interested in teaching you the true history of Earth.
No, Shane, of course not, because the education system is controlled by the Masonic, Illuminati, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Jewish, neo-Marxist, neoliberal, leftist, woke agenda. Haven't you been paying attention? God, right when you think someone's starting to get it, they ask questions like this. I thought you were better than that, Shane.
Check this out.
Oysters were found 2 miles above sea level. 11-foot oysters weighing 600 pounds, 2 miles above sea level in the Andes Mountains. When they climbed Mount Everest, they found petrified clams on top of Mount Everest. The interesting thing about these clams, they're petrified and they're closed.
Fucking Ken Hovind. Just the person I wanted to talk about. I'm gonna
Pate explain the clams on Mount Everest thing, but I'm gonna take a quick talk about these clam pictures. They're like they were found two miles up in the Andes. Okay, so they cited these old ass images from old ass publications, and they're not clams. They are concretions.
Okay, do you want to
They've
see
been
the
over this
thing
so
that
many
I'm drawing
times.
right now?
You see what I mean about how many conspiracy theories are hinged on not understanding fucking geology. If I had $1 for every time I had to debunk conspiracy theory by explaining what fucking concretions are, I would have enough money to get a fucking dumpster to get all these trash bags full of fiberglass squirrel shit infused insulation out of my fucking studio. There's even a video about these giant clams by the fucking Lost World Museum. Those of you who've been with me for a really long time, you will remember the Lost World Museum. John Adolphi, I talked about him quite a lot when I was just on TikTok back in like 2022, fall of 2022. But my point is that the video about these clams from John Adolphi, who is a diehard fucking creationist, even says that they're concretions and not fucking clams. When John Adolphi's Lost World Museum is doing better critical thinking than you, you know you are fucking hooked.
Now, I'd like to point out, Mount Everest is a little ways from the beach, first of all, okay? About 450 miles to the beach. And clams do not climb mountains very well. And when a clam dies, it opens. You can walk along the beach and find a million seashells. You hardly ever find a matched pair. And you never find them closed if they're dead. They open right away. How do you get petrified closed clams on top of Mount Everest? I think there was a flood. But I don't think the flood was over Mount Everest. Mount Everest wasn't there. Psalm 104 tells us the mountains arose during the last part of the flood. The mountain ranges formed during the end of the flood, probably as a result of the Earth's crust being cracked open and busted up into pieces, and pieces would lift up and flex back and forth.
There's a very real agenda to hide the true history of...
Yo, Shane. Sorry,
Coffee ko blanca, nilang creamy, gentle dun sa tummy. Switch na.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I know that crying about the big scary is a very important narrative to you, but I'll let you get back to it in just a second, I swear. I just got to say something. This is a quick question for Kent here. If everything was covered from a biblical flood, as they say, a biblical flood, why in the fuck are there not marine fossils literally everywhere? Seems like, normally in science they try and explain things that they're, claiming, but this isn't science, it's faith. So I don't actually expect him to. This is a rhetorical question, but why the fuck are there not marine fossils everywhere? Here where I live, in New England, there are two kind of primary places for fossils. One, super fucking young. There are marine fossils, like shells, clams, if you will, from the Ice Age over on the coast of Maine. From isostatic rebound, when the ice melted, the Earth was compressed, so the ocean went over it, and then as the Earth rose back up, it came out of the water, there's clam shells there. They're like 10,000 years old, they're super fucking recent. Then, over in Champlain, there is the Shazy Fossil Reef, which is like 400 million years old. There's trilobites there. Super fucking old, super different, completely incomparable to the other ones. Other than that, in Western Mass, we have some dinosaur footprints that are somewhere between 400 million years ago and 10,000 years ago. But other than that, we don't really have much. If I dig down in my yard, I'm going to hit fucking granite and glacial still. There's not a whole lot of shit going on down there. But since these goons never shut the fuck up about, the marine fossils on top of the mountains because the whole world was covered in water. If the whole world was covered in water, why the fuck aren't there marine fossils everywhere? And why are the marine fossils in different parts of the world different from one another? Shouldn't it just be the same because it all happened at the same time? I don't know why I'm asking for rational train of thought from creationists. I'm alone. I'm in this studio by myself. This is it, guys. I'm crashing the fuck out. It's happened. There's no one even in this room. I'm just crashing out by myself. That's so sad. Okay. Anyway, Shane, I'll let you get back to it now. What were you whining about? As you were.
What's going on in this realm from you? And if you want to know why that is, you're going to have to comment truth below because you can't mention their entire evil plot on an Instagram video. Comment truth below and check your DMs.
Oh, yeah, Shane. I'm sure the establishment has it out for you. You wouldn't want to say too much
I
here.
swear to
that
God.
victim narrative, bro. It's the victim narrative. It was the same thing
I
Philip
swear
did. He had the little
to
laser
God.
dot on his head. It's so funny. Bro, you
fucker
ain't
of
like
that
a
was
fucking
so sad.
pariah. No one's coming to get you, okay? You're not like on the watch list of like the Freemason woke Illuminati, agenda. Wouldn't want to say too much now, bro. They might get you. Gotta say though, it is pretty refreshing to see a video from before Shane started peddling supplements. Back in the good old days where all he was doing was engagement farming by capitalizing on terrified, paranoid people. Like a true American. I don't even know if this guy's American. I hope he's not Canadian too. That would be like 2 strikes against Canada. And I don't know if she can take a third. Me and my Canada saw you from across the border, and we're looking for a third. Okay, quick look at some of the comments before we pass it off to Kate. Ken Hovind went to prison not too long after he recorded those videos. No way! It's because he went against the agenda. The agenda. He got, he was silent. He was canceled by the agenda. No, it's because he's a fucking tax evader. I heard about this some years back. I have to redo some research. Big, heavy lifting research going on here. I heard someone say this same bullshit, like 3 or 4 years ago. I'll have to consult my tomes. I'll be in my study if you need me. Everything was bigger before the great deluges. Hey, that makes you feel a little bit better about yourself. Okay, I hate to do this to you, Kate, but bring it home. Tell us about Ken Hovind.
What are you cutting back to me for? I covered a lot of this stuff already, so you should be fuming along with me, hearing this reiterated by this old guy who sounds like he should be like a villain in a horror movie set in the Midwest. Devil in Illinois, small rounds. I butcher rounds. Devil in India. This may be God's land, but he ain't coming. So the observation being made here is that clams open when they die. That's how we see them at the beach. But when we see them in fossils, in rock, they're closed. And he's saying that if they're closed, it means that they were probably buried very quickly, buried alive. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, that's true. That's how we get fossils. We wouldn't get them otherwise if they weren't quickly buried. So this guy is claiming that because you only find these clams closed, that they all had to have been buried at once by some great global catastrophic event. And this is a core idea of catastrophism, which has been disproven and replaced by uniformitarianism, which says there are all these processes that happen throughout Earth's history, and they still happen today. Processes like plate tectonics and mountains forming and being eroded down, and oceans opening up and closing, and all kinds of even like minuscule events, especially storms. I've seen so much evidence of storm events in like less than 6 inches of a rock layer. I can point out and be like, oh, there was like a storm here. Look at how the layers are kind of like fucked up. When geologists look at sedimentary rock, we can infer a lot of things about the environment that it was formed in. Looking at a rock like this that has a lot of fossils close together in the same layer, that can tell us a little bit about how abundant food was for these creatures, how much competition there was between them. We can look at the angles that some of these shells are oriented, and we can see, okay, well, they're landing on top of each other. They're being buried one after the other in like random orientations. This might have been a storm. A storm would have created a lot of wave action that would jostle up sediment and bury lots of things at once. Even like regularly scheduled like waves and tides can do this too. They can, jostle up sediment, and sometimes things just die. You can find open clams in rock, fossilized open clams. You can find them disarticulated, which I actually have a good example of somewhere around here. Hi, do you want something? Well, I gave it to a kid for his birthday. He was unimpressed. The kids in my life are not based. I give you a fossil that is twice as old as the dinosaurs. And he goes, so it's not a dinosaur? Have some respect for the clams. Anyways, a lot of things just like die in random accidents. Look at friggin' hamsters. They just up and die sometimes. Never had a hamster. I was afraid. It can also happen from a flood, not like a global great flood, but just like a regular ass flood. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that this can happen from a flood, but a giant global flood did not happen. We have substantial evidence to prove that. You can't ignore that. You can't just cherry pick the pieces of evidence that support your idea and, one, completely misinterpret them and misconstrue them and use them to deceive people. But two, you have to consider the other evidence, all the evidence that's proving you wrong. Also, I don't know if Milo will mention this, but this guy, Ken Hovind, he's like an evangelist. God, I got brain rot. He's an evangelist, and he is giving a sermon He's not teaching you anything. He is preaching to you. You are not getting anything real from what he's saying. He is using rhetoric and a specific vocal style to convince you. And that's what like preachers do. That's what like mega churches do. And that's how they scam you out of your time, your money, your life. They're sucking the life out of you. You have to see through it. This guy, Shane, I don't know how else to put this, but it feels like this conspiracy might be a special interest of his. And there's nothing wrong with having a special interest. Mine is brachiopods. But it feels like he's really grasped onto this and he gets joy in his life from sharing it with other people and gaining a large following and just deceiving people. It's malicious, whether or not he's intending it to be. Anyways. Back to you, Milo.
Oh shit, me? Oh, I was done with this goddamn video. You want me to keep going? God damn, Kate, you're a tough one. Seriously though, Kate, thank you so much for coming on and for sharing your expertise with us. You should all go check out Kate's content. It is absolutely wonderful. Again, you can find her at Groovy Geologist on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Go give her a follow. Go give her some love from us here at the Mini Minute Man. And Kate, thank you again for all that you do. We need more science communicators like you, helping make the world a more enlightened place. It is the number one way to prevent bullshit like this from taking root. So thanks again, Kate, and looking forward to the next one. Here, to finish things off, let me just fucking smoke the rest of this beer. This one's for you. Noon somewhere, but it's noon here. Fuck. Why did I say I was gonna make this video 2 parts? I don't think it's actually reasonably possible for me to make this video 2 parts and expect my team to be able to get it out on time. I'm gonna do this in more than 2 parts. Sorry guys, that's it. That's all. That's literally all I can muster. I don't think I could have scripted something better. Literally, as I was saying that, my battery died. I think that that is a sign that I am going to turn this into the first part of this video. For the sake of my team, who do not need to spend fucking 6 months trying to edit together like the first part of it's like 3.5 hours long. So we're going to do this in another, I'm going to come back. We're going to do another part to this because Jesus Christ, I'm not even done with the script. Where am I in this script? Great, I'm about 2/3 of the way done with the script for what was supposed to be part 1. Next one's going to be fun, guys. It has the long awaited. You ready for this? It's got Professor Dave Explains. So, get fucking hyped. Everyone's been asking for that for a while. I've been asking for it for a while, so you finally get to see the YouTube debunker gang in action for the first time. So get excited for that. Yeah, we're going to kick that one off with Shane Doesn't Understand Biology. So tune in next time. We'll try and get it out with 2 weeks. You know, once every other week is kind of our post schedule here. We always do live premieres. Premieres are at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sundays. Stay tuned. Join me for the live premiere for part 2. It's going to be fun. I'm going to be there. You're going to be there. Shane's going to be there, probably. Professor Dave's going to be there. That's going to be cool. Holy fuck, this video is long. If you got a kick out of this video, I'd greatly appreciate it if you could leave an interaction on it. Interactions are like tipping the bellhop. It doesn't cost you a cent, and it helps these videos do better in the algorithm, which allows me and my team to continue making them here on YouTube for free. And if you enjoyed me keeping you company while you folded your dishes or did your laundry, feel free to check out another one of my videos. I got a lot of other videos that are also great to play in the background while you have to deal with the monotony of everyday life. And if you got any friends that also need constant background noise to drown out the fucking silence of the inside of their own skulls, why don't you share this video with them as well? You'll have something to chat about the next time you see each other. And check out stickers, hoodies, all that shit. Link in the description. Again, help support what I do here. Help support the artists who make the art. And make sure to tune in next time for part 2. Because somehow, this is only the beginning. I don't even think I really metabolized what I committed to when I did this. But I have to see it through. And then I can start doing Atlantis. So fucking stick with me. Because, fuck! Lastly, I'd like to give a huge thank you to my patrons on Patreon who help make what I do here possible. Patrons get early ad-free access to all of my videos. and all of your names will be in the credits of this video as a small token of my appreciation. If you're interested in becoming a patron and helping support what I do here, link to that is in the description of this video. Ladies and gentlemen, remember to stay curious, stay inquisitive, and most importantly, I will see you in the next episode when we get to experience Shane saying things like this.
Why would the male evolve to have all these reproductive organ functions before females had evolved? Did they evolve at the same time, but at first they were infertile, but then they evolved to be able to reproduce?
Wow, stay connected. Get connected for free. It's education connection.
Ang juicy lambot pork barbecue na tatagigil. Kaya
Oh, there
napapaharap
are
pagkain mag-inisan. Hindi lang ako fast food. Mabilis paglong sumaya.
Probably have water. What a concept. We could use something to maybe allow my laptop to not melt quite as much, so I brought this, which I thought you guys would appreciate. I brought the Atlantis book with me on vacation here so I could, work through it. But this seems to actually be more useful. Why did I decide to do these videos? Yeah, here I was being like, this will just be like a fun little project to work on. And I started it in May, and now it's July, and I'm filming part 2. And it's nowhere near done, so fuck me, I guess. I'm so glad to be joined by a fucking osprey for this. That's really nice. He's helping me with the voiceover. Hi everyone, here we are again. In the last video, we started talking about a guy called Shane. Shane is an Instagram character who makes a lot of conspiracy content. And because I am just a massive fan of really terrible brain-dead conspiracies,
Yay.
I decided that it would be really fun to just go through his entire account and debunk pretty much everything on it. This is kind of similar to a series I did last year on a guy named Philip Ziva who did the same thing over on TikTok. I kind of had a hunch that this Shane video would be a little bit of work. Probably be multiple parts just like it was with Philip, and those parts would be pretty long. But I'm going to be totally honest, I don't think I really had any idea what I was getting myself into. And so today it is with my deepest condolences that we are going to be continuing this journey into the madness of Shane Vibe's truth. Okay, so as you guys probably remember, the last video was talking about creationism. And it literally ended because it ended up being almost 2 hours long and my battery ran out. And I'm like, for the sake of my editing team and getting this out in a reasonable time, I'm going to just cut it here and I'm going to pick up with creationism in the next video. And so that's what I did. And I sat down and I started, scripting it out. I had a great guest visit with none other than Professor Dave Explains. And I was like, that's perfect. That's going to be part 2. And then we're going to move right along into part 3 with pseudo-archaeology. But as I was working up the script for part 2 on creationism, I was like, I kind of want to touch on the whole Shane selling supplements thing. As you'll probably remember that I mentioned in the first video, pretty much all of Shane's content is sort of a sales pitch to, use his promo code to buy supplements and pills and shit. And while I've dealt with a lot of conspiracy people, I've never really dealt with anyone that does that sort of thing. And so I thought it was worth talking about. So I decided I was going to script just like a little piece at the beginning of the next creationism video just to talk about it for one section. And as I dug into it more and more and more and more, that script just kept getting longer and longer, and it turned from one section of a video into this entire video. So believe me, you guys are in for a fucking roller coaster today. Oh, that's my laptop fan. That's always a good sign. Oh yeah, probably doesn't help that I have Premiere Pro, Photoshop, and Lightroom all open at the same time. We probably don't need that if all I'm doing is reading a script. Anyway, what the hell was I talking about again? I think the best way to illustrate how much longer this script ended up being than I was expecting is that I thought I could finish scripting and filming this piece before going on vacation. I was wrong. So needless to say, this has been more of a journey than I ever fucking wanted it to be. But this is the video you get now. And actually, I think it's a very important one. I'm quite proud of this. So let's just get fucking right into it, I guess. In his videos, Shane talks a lot about health. But there's a reason that I put health in quotes. Because while Shane does talk a lot about health, he's not really talking about, actual health. He's more kind of talking about, the RFK Jr. scaremongering, vaccines are giving you autism kind of health. Which unfortunately ends up meaning that Shane will sometimes take very legitimate health concerns and then just turn them into complete bullshit pseudoscience.
he often, at the very best, completely misattributes and misrepresents what those issues are coming from and the results of them. Now, to say that health is a pervasive theme in Shane's videos would be a complete understatement. I mean when I say that this dude can tie literally any topic back to whatever his version of health is.
There's a certain vibe about Argentina. I've never been there. I feel like I may have a past life or something. We're spraying dyequad and all these crazy chemicals in the food, air, and water supply. Breaking news in England, a man punched a man who was holding a baby. Merging yourself with AI makes you superhuman, when in fact it makes you inhuman. He literally air caught the ball, threw the baby up, didn't quite fall. Male testosterone levels are off the cliff. Breaking Mandela effect news. If you remember this guy, Yosemite Sam, including the fact that changing the very DNA of the food we eat. Even if you fall, don't give up. Your pineal gland, your brain function. There's something called the cloud ships. Even if you're eating 100% organically, you're getting less than 10% of the full matrix of it. Breaking shocking news. This might be fake or edited or AI or something. Calcifies our pineal gland faster than any other tissue in the body. Breaking news. JFK departures have been grounded due to an aircraft emergency. They really want all of our pineal glands calcified. Breaking news.
Huh?
This is a roller coaster fan. Organ function is fertility rates are off the cliff. Discovery of ancient giants' footprint in British Columbia raises an interesting question. Seed oils are good. Fluoride is good. GMOs will feed the world. You can see where things get a little bit sketchy.
You see what I'm talking about, okay? There's no better way to explain this than just by showing it to you. So what is his call to action with all of this fear-mongering? You know, it'd be one thing if he was kind of on this bullshit bandwagon, but the takeaway was like good, legitimate health advice that could actually really help people. But as you could probably guess, if that was the case, then I wouldn't be making this video. So instead of just giving, unsolicited but genuine health advice, Shane's takeaway from all of this scaremongering is always, without fail, that you should use his promo code to buy supplements.
Right now we're giving away free chalk. Free chalk to help you get the microplastics and pesticides and herbicides out of your blood and brain. 90% of Americans have atrazine glyphosate in their blood right now. That's the chemical that reverses the gender of fraud. Our hot water purified Shilajit chalk is giving away freebies today. This is hot water purified, clinically studied to boost fertility for men and women. It's a hormone optimized, and chalk is giving away free bags. This chalk out of this organic human looking Alpha Bolivia that stimulates stem cell production is super tough.
I mean when I say that this guy can literally any subject on Earth and turn it into a promo code by magic bottles of like from fucking pseudo-archaeology to 9/11 conspiracy theories. It's admittedly equal parts impressive and completely repulsive to watch Shane take any conspiracy that you can possibly think of and turn it into a sales pitch to convince paranoid people into buying from him. So again, my original plan with this video was just to go through all of Shane's conspiracies and just fucking pick them apart, which I am absolutely still doing. I had a great time doing it in the first part, and I have at least 2 more videos worth of his shit to go through. But the more that I looked into this supplement thing, which was originally just supposed to be a footnote, the more I realized that it's, I think, a much bigger problem than I originally thought. And it's my belief, and sort of the thesis of this video, that this pseudo-health misinformation and supplement peddling has more genuine, negative, real-world ramifications than Shane just saying, dumbass shit about the pyramids. Alright, so first and foremost, let's talk about why this footnote ended up earning the spotlight. You guys are also going to have to forgive me that there's going to be a lot of plane noise around here. I think there's a municipal airport somewhere, and so we're getting a lot of airplanes. This is actually part of my method acting thing, guys. I'm sitting out here, absorb extra chemtrails just for this video. I even have sunscreen on today, so I'm getting I'm absorbing lithium directly into my blood, some heavy metals. Right before this, I mixed some atrazine with a 57th COVID booster, and then I injected it right into my balls. I'm gonna take my phone and I'm gonna just glue it right to my head. I've also set up an improvised 5G tower right behind you, and I put a big satellite dish of tinfoil behind it, so it's directing the radiation into my brain. I'm on that conspiracy maxing diet. Because I have a hunch the planes will continue flying around me today instead of doing anything about the audio. When there's planes in the background, editors just add some sort of effect to make it part of the joke. You guys are good with the visual gags. I don't know. You could, like, you know those like memes, like the really like fried ass memes of like it's like a baby with like, you know, getting shit injected into its brain, and there's like a 5G tower behind it. It's like one of those crazy conspiracy images. Just do something like that whenever there's the sound of a plane in the background. Okay, in order to really understand how Shane ended up earning the spotlight here, we need to understand a little bit about Shane's audience. Shane has built an audience by pandering to pretty much every single type of conspiracy theorist or alternate thinker imaginable. From creationism and pseudo-archaeology to, of course, satanic panic.
What's going on in the music industry?
So I sold myself to the devil.
To scaremongering about seed oils with things that feel weird and vaguely racist.
Like, look at some of these Chad Indians, man. Like this guy, their jawbones used to be, and it's happening to all of us. It's changing our jaw structure based on what we're eating.
To the tried and true conspiracy classic of transvestigating Michelle Obama.
I'm in therapy right now because I'm transitioning.
Well, there's a lot to unpack here.
To cringy juvenile manosphere shit. Point is, there seemingly is almost no low that Shane won't stoop to in the pursuit of expanding his following. Now, every once in a while, Shane will post a video that has concerns that are actually grounded in reality. Here's a video of him talking about plastic waste in the oceans.
Alright guys, we're cooked. Look at this. Here's an island of plastic in Bali. I thought it was all sunshine and rainbows over there. Apparently not. Holy crap, have you ever seen a beach this plasticky? But let's go to Mars.
Or this one where he's talking about how a lake sprayed with pesticides had all of the wildlife in it die.
This is what the lake looks like. And putting a chemical in there that makes turtles rise to the surface unalive. We are supposed to be stewards of the land. We are supposed to make the land better for our future children.
Or this one where he's rightfully upset about how much of the natural land in Florida is being destroyed for housing developments.
It's not the entire ecosystem.
And of course, the more glaring issue is that the charitability wants to give him is occasionally talking about legitimate health issues is immediately undercut by using all of these legitimate issues to sit down and say fucking stupid.
Comment free below and check your DMs for details. Now, when 90% of Americans have glyphosate in their bloodstream, at what point do we start detoxing? Right now, chalk is giving away free bags.
So to me, it doesn't really feel like Shane is actually invested in talking about what's true or pertinent. The thing that concerns him the most is talking about whatever will get him the most eyes and scare the most people into buying supplements from him. I'll talk about his insane post-frequency in just a minute here, but his post-frequency combined with this attitude is one of the reasons why in the last video I sort of pinned him as more of a conspiracy slop grifter account than any of the other ones I've talked about. A case that I am still making here, and I think will be very clear by the end of this video. Now, the second strategy that Shane uses to build his audience is sheer brute force. There's no way for me to really articulate how crazy his post schedule is, so I think the best thing I can do is show you a graph.
Get the top restaurants in town delivered straight to your door. Download the Food Panda app and order.
Look at this graph. When I started scripting the first part of this video in May, I was floored at how many videos this dude would pump out every single day. There'd be days where he'd post like 4 or 5 times, and it was almost completely impossible to keep up with bullshit at that volume. But then, somehow, it got so much worse. I don't know what the fuck happened at the beginning of June. Maybe Shane had like a mortgage payment due, or he was investing in an industrial-sized roll of tinfoil to wrap his head with. But he went fucking sicko mode. My man started posting 10 and sometimes 15 times every
single day. There's a day towards the end of June where he posted 30 fucking videos in a single day. Yes, some of them are reposts, and of course all of them are very low effort, but the sheer volume of these videos that he is making, especially now, is something that I can barely even, get my nails into. This is the way that Shane has grown his audience, by pandering to genuinely every conspiracy theory imaginable and making an inconceivable amount of videos. And this strategy seems to work very well. From what I've seen, he's covered pretty much every conspiracy imaginable, but the better indicator of this is that there's actually a couple of my friends that follow this guy, and these people are level-headed, environmental science people that I went to school with. So I know they're not following him because of the fucking, 9/11 conspiracies. But because they are sort of alternate lifestyle people like myself, they probably saw some of his videos talking about pesticides and things like that seemed a little bit more rational and started following him. This is a great example of how Shane has been able to sort of cast this immense net to be able to pull people in from a lot of different viewpoints, and as a result amass an impressive and slightly concerning following of 680,000 followers on Instagram. And by the time this video is in production, let's be honest, it's probably going to be fucking 800,000.
Your opinion is protected by them. Mine gets my account deleted at 1 million followers in 2021.
I also wrote here that while writing this part of the script, my girlfriend's dog tried to chase a chipmunk, and I yelled after her. Her name is Lupin, but I accidentally called her Shane. I don't know what the implication of that is, but I think that this is actually beginning to have psychological effects on me. So anyway, it is to this sizable audience of more than 500,000 people that Shane levies his supplement sales pitches. Now, I figured if I was going to sit down and waste an entire day of my precious life going through Shane's Instagram account and making a graph of how many videos he's posted every day for the entire year, I could at least add another variable in to make it more worth my while. And so that's exactly what I did. So here is that same graph, also illustrating how many of Shane's videos per day had a direct promotion for supplements. As you can see, that's a fucking lot. And with the increased video post frequency that started in June, his promotions for supplements went up as well. And at this point, where he begins posting well over 10 videos almost every single day, almost every single one of them is a promotion for supplements. And in the 4 days between June 6th and June 10th, all 70 of the videos that Shane posted were promotions for supplements. And just real quick, these 4 days just contain a delightful cocktail of video topics. We have Shane promoting a real stand-up human being, none other than known sex trafficker Andrew Tate, in a video where he's saying that Russia is the bastion of free speech.
Do you know how many people were arrested for posts on social media in Russia last year? 380. You know how many people were arrested for posts on social media in England last year? No, over 4,000. So where are you allowed to speak?
The restrictions on freedom of speech and even freedom of expression are spreading across the Western world, including even the U.S. They have some laws cooking up, although right now it is one of the freest places in the world that you can speak. There are still ways they can try to get you.
Gotta love that. You're a real freedom-loving American right there, Shane, aren't you? Here in America, we just can't say anything, he says while posting fucking 30 videos that are just complete bullshit every single day. Damn, bro, they're really censoring you. This video of some jackass claiming that Trump and Elon Musk have evidence that the moon landing didn't happen.
This is crazy. First things that Trump did, he had a moon rock in the Oval Office. He had removed that from the Oval Office. Oh, he knows the moon missions are fake. Elon Musk knows the moon missions are fake.
But most notably, in this 4-day stretch, an overwhelming majority of videos where Shane is just passively fear-mongering about the ongoing protests against fucking ICE detentions.
If I walked into China or Japan and they had a task force to kick illegals out, but I snuck in and I was living there, and they want to kick me out, is it brave to band together with the other people who got in there illegally, into China, let's say, illegally, and protest the immigration task force, or would that be stupid? I would want to be laying low right now, not making myself known. I'd be putting my freaking nose to the grindstone and laying low, not drawing any attention to myself. Boston protests are kicking off, and someone was commenting about just the visual appearance of a lot of the protesters and how it fits certain categories and all this, but all I know is people on both sides of the fence have very strong opinions.
Wow, you're a real fucking class act there, Shane. Shane, I hope you know that if we were in the revolution, you would have been on the side of the fucking redcoats. I demand my freedom, and I want small government, which is why I am in favor of an authoritarian state. Jesus H. Christ, how do people like this call themselves fucking patriots? Super aware of the propaganda and the agenda of the elites that seek to divide us. Become an unquestioning mouthpiece for the propaganda and an obedient foot soldier for the agenda of the elites that actually seek to divide us. Fucking Christ, this guy is just, he's just delightful. I'll talk about this a little more maybe in another video or something, but in these really kind of just gross topics that Shane has, he'll really pussyfoot around saying, like, the really shitty stuff, and sort of instead just allows his audience to say the really gross things in the comment section.
I can tell you guys, as much as I love to engage and go live and discuss with you guys, I do not and cannot and am physically incapable of keeping track of comments, especially when posting over 10 videos a day.
I think he's trying to go for the whole plausible deniability thing of like, hey guys, I'm just asking questions here. I think there's some very legitimate concerns to be had about these people flying flags of a different country on American soil. I'm just concerned about our patriotism. And then the people in the comments are like, yeah, fucking kill them all. Shane, if you got people in your comments that are saying shit like this, like, brother, that's on you, bro. You're making the audience where people are saying this. What the fuck is your problem? But anyway, my whole point with all of this is that in this stretch of videos, all of them, every single one, is a promotion for supplements. All of them. Even those ones. All of them. Every single one. All 70 in 4 days is a promotion for fucking supplements. Okay, that brings me to the next part of the video, which is called Shane Sells Supplements. Oh, how'd I end up back in here? It was so nice out there. As a content creator, I'm constantly conflicted by trying to run this as a business, but also trying to maintain my integrity. I had hoped that this section would be able to be an ad read for my favorite supplement company. But unfortunately, due to the content of this video, I don't think they'd like that very much. And so unfortunately, I'm sorry to say I've had to settle on really good art for you guys. I hope you guys are okay with this. I know that hot water purified shilajit was what you really wanted, but I hope that you'll at least settle for the Milo Rossi sticker pack, if that's okay with you. It's got 3 different Google Debunker inspired seals and badges, so that everyone can know that you've sworn your allegiance to the mainstream agenda. And as if that wasn't enough, we also got this one, a little schmink sticker. Since I can't give you a real schmink, you're gonna have to deal with this one. It's 2D and sticky, which the real schmink is neither, most of the time. And along with that, we also got this bad boy right here, the Stay Curious hoodie design. Check that out, that's pretty nice, right? This beautiful design comes for the first time on a green hoodie, which is kind of cool, as well as our classics, whatever color this is, white, tan, beige, eggshell even, as well as black, which I don't have, so here is a superimposed image of it. And for those of you like me who are not planning for winter but are standing there sweating right now, this design also comes in t-shirts, so you can still sport this design and get your guns out. All of these designs were made by my wonderful partner, a real live artist, without a single AI involved. And as part of my pledge to support actual human art, a portion of each sale goes directly to the artist. So if you want to help support me and the rest of the team, as well as be able to sport some really nice merch that nobody will know is actually merch because it doesn't just have an ugly YouTuber logo slapped across it, well, now you can. All sales are, of course, genuinely and deeply appreciated. It really helps me continue doing what I do here, and I hope that you guys get something really nice out of it that you can cherish. The link to those is in the description of this video. Give it a click and open it in another tab so you don't forget. I'll wait. Do it. Do it, and then come back to this video. Seriously, though, thank you all very much for your support, as always, and now let's get right back into it.
Oh, she's very pretty. Yeah.
You don't deserve to settle, so play a game that won't either. We've introduced major changes to agents, weapons, and maps, and this is just the beginning. For the past 5 years, we made a promise to defy the limits, and we plan to keep it by bringing you new content, adjusting what's not working, or even reinventing things altogether. Most importantly, this is a competitive tactical shooter, where abilities are there to help your gunplay shine, not to hog the spotlight. So we've made some changes to cut down on overall utility impact. Because when the odds are stacked against you, it should be your crispy aim and positioning that gives you a stronger fighting chance or the edge. And for maps, that's your playground, which means they should be as much fun as possible. So we've made some adjustments based on your play patterns to make it easier to express yourselves on the battlefield. The Valorant team is dedicated to growing better right alongside our players. And if that sounds good to you, come play.
Russian speak about to take over your screen. Talking motion 93, talking I'm on TV. Y'all
Oh, yeah, you guys hear that? Wow. You know that scene in the HBO Chernobyl miniseries where everyone's like looking up and the radioactive ash is falling on their face? That's how I feel now whenever I look at an airplane. Thanks to all the cool information I learned from Shane Vibes on Instagram. So I know that I just gave Shane a bit of the riot act here, and believe me, that is just the beginning. We have merely scratched the surface. But I want to take a minute at the beginning of this video to express out front that I actually share a lot of the same concerns that Shane does. Food systems and our modern medical system are both things that I am also very passionate about, and I believe desperately need fucking reform. They are both symptoms of massive systemic problems in this country, and there are more than a few very needed conversations to be had about them. I have an absolute disdain for our modern, globalized, and mechanized food system. While I do understand that industrial agriculture is the only thing that's allowing society to exist at the scale that we have it, I think that it is a crime against the planet. Oh, yeah, give me that shit. Bill Gates, I can smell it. There's COVID vaccine coming out of that airplane. The damage that pesticides, fungicides, and herbicides do to the natural world and to humans is completely unquestionable. And the immense natural diversity that this country once had has been completely fucking obliterated and replaced with corn and soybeans and wheat, which planted over and over and over again has completely drained the soil of all of its nutrients. Once that whole thing about a functioning ecosystem, the soil actually stays healthy and there's agricultural practices where you can keep the soil healthy naturally. No, that doesn't make enough money. So let's throw some fucking chemicals on it. What do you mean all those chemical fertilizers are running into the water and choking entire ecosystems to death? Who gives a shit? The fertilizer is making me a lot of money. Oh, and would you look at that? I killed everything that eats all the insects and then put out a limitless buffet of food. I can't believe I have so many pests. How could I deal with this? Could I encourage biodiversity so that things are naturally controlling the population of these pests? No. We should spray it with chemical pesticides. That's a fucking great idea. Wait, those chemical pesticides that we're spraying on the things we eat are ending up in our food and in our water and in all of the natural ecosystems around us? What? The thing that I wanted to just kill the thing I don't like doesn't just kill the thing I don't like and kills fucking everything as well? What? Actually, wait, I take it all back. I don't give a shit because it's making someone a lot of money. So you end up with a system that totally fucks us all. The farmers are beholden to a really terrible system that they didn't create, because if they're going to be able to compete with industrialized farms at all, they have no choice but to pesticide and fertilize and squeeze every ounce of productivity out of their land. I mean, they have to buy seeds from fucking Monsanto that, patented the genomes of seeds. The whole thing is that they don't produce fertile seeds on their own, so farmers can't just replant from their own crops. So every fucking year, they have to buy new seeds from Monsanto, because they're the fucking devil. Oh yeah, and the patented GMO seeds that Monsanto has, if you plant them without their permission, or if your crops cross-pollinate with your neighbor that's using those GMO seeds, you can face charges for copyright infringement. How the fuck is it even possible we live in a time where people can patent the genome of a plant? I don't fucking know. Is it the most dystopian shit I've heard all day? Absolutely. But who gives a shit because it's making someone a lot of money? Organic and nutritious food just simply isn't a viable business model, and so all of the rest of us pay the price. Packaged foods, ultra-processed foods, and fast foods are oftentimes more affordable and more accessible than any organic alternative. These systems disproportionately prey on disenfranchised, marginalized, and impoverished communities, and is one of the many prongs of the systemic oppression that we see in this country. You'd have to be fucking concussed to not see it. I mean, hell, even fucking Shane sees it. These processed and fast foods may fill us up physically, but they might not nutritionally. And in the long term, exposure to these sugars and preservatives and growth hormones could and does have very negative effects on our health. So it's our responsibility as citizens to find ways to work with our community to overthrow this fucking system. To find ways to encourage people to go back to the community and to, do small-scale gardening within their communities and to make organic food more accessible. Identifying a broken system is the easy part. Breaking it is the one that takes a little bit of extra fucking
Eyes.
legwork. But hey, if it helps you sleep at night,
Eye.
don't worry
Okay,
about
eye.
the fucking growth hormones and sodium nitrate that might be making you
Eyebrow,
unhealthy.
lash.
Because at the end of the day, if you're unhealthy, it's going to make someone a lot of money. I'm not going to talk about the medical system too much, I swear, just for the sake of time in this video. But believe me when I say I'm not a fan of that either. The fact that we have a for-profit medical system is actually one of the most fucking barbaric things imaginable, really. I think having a for-profit system could encourage temporary fixes over actual cures. After all, if you're making money off of every time you have to treat someone, a healthy person is not a profitable business model. And I think there's a disproportionate emphasis put on medicating problems rather than trying to identify and solve the underlying issues that cause those problems. Like, you know, if someone's like, oh yeah, I'm working fucking 50 hours a week and barely making enough money to put fucking food on the table, and, you know, I'm really depressed. Obviously, they should have access to antidepressants, but we should also take a big step back and be like, oh, maybe this system really sucks shit. Maybe our natural state of mind shouldn't be panic desperation at all times. And that said, medications are an amazing thing to have. They have saved God knows how many lives of people that I know personally. And I'm not blindly encouraging everyone to just be like, guys, pharmaceuticals are the answer to everything. Just don't try for any systemic change and just keep taking pills. Absolutely not. There's a fucking happy medium in here somewhere. That said, I do have an overwhelming amount of faith in the modern medical system. Not because it's, you know, big mainstream modern medicine, but because of the diligent work of the countless brilliant minds in the field who are genuinely motivated by wanting to make the world a better place. Modern medicine is an absolute fucking miracle to which there is truly no parallel on the planet. And so while I have problems with, like, the modern medical industry and the pharmaceutical industry, I am all for the groundbreaking research and developments in modern medicine that is literally the reason all of us are here right now. I love me a bowl of chicken soup and a mug of hot tea, and I do think there's something to be said for alternative medicines. But they are by no means a replacement for modern research proven medical practices. Anyway, that was a bit of a fucking ramble, but I really want to share where I stand on these topics. Because I know that if Shane or any of his diehards are watching something like this, it'll be far too easy to just pin me as being like, oh, there's Milo.
The hair is
like,
not
yes,
contrasty.
Bill Gates pumped me full of pharmaceuticals, just like serve me 15 Big Macs. I'm gonna, you know, I have a Camelback with white Monster in it that I'm just chugging at all times. No, that's not me at all. I'm also a fucking hippie
more
when it comes
contrast
to shit, okay? But I'm a hippie with a fucking functioning brainstem.
Like the ones in the back are
Perfect
fine,
timing for
but
the
like the ones at the front are too.
That one smells like
It's too dark.
jet fuel. So while here I have identified the places that me and
Middle
Shane's
vein.
ideas and ideologies overlap, this is where the similarities end. Shane, like many conspiracy theorists, identifies very legitimate symptoms of a problem and then completely misunderstands what that problem is and misattributes it to something and goes completely off the rails trying to understand it.
Where we vary on that subject is that I believe it's nefarious, and I guess he believes it's more like just corporate greed, which could be considered nefarious, but I think that the agrochemical companies at the tip top are completely hand in hand with the other elements of
he
control in the
reacted?
world today that are going on.
I
believe it's
may or may
intentional
not
to
have not
basically
been
affect
paying
humans
attention to that,
negatively.
but he was
And
reacting.
you could say on the first level, it's like, oh, because you make them sick, and then you profit because they're sick, and then you keep going like big pharma. That's one level.
Why is it
I
bad
think
or
it's
it's a
deeper than
left
that. I don't
one?
think this is profit derived. I don't think this is profit driven. I think that this is
It's
in
not
this extent
consistent. What
past
the
that.
fuck?
But anyways, we actually agree. We quite agree on this issue.
See, when Shane's talking about these health issues, even the ones that him and I agree on, he's not really talking about the actual systemic problems that they are, or the actual
Unless
reason
I'm
these
actually
health problems
tripping
exist.
right now.
Instead, he's talking about chemtrails and fluoride and vaccine misinformation and how 5G is a mind control device. I talk a lot about pseudoscience and misinformation, particularly in kind of the field of pseudoarchaeology. And it'll be no surprise to you that my general thesis on pseudoarchaeology is that it's a bad thing. But if pseudoarchaeology is a bad thing, pseudo-health can be outright dangerous. See, most of Shane's health-related fear-mongering has pretty much no scientific basis whatsoever. From 5G as a mind control, to fluoride calcifying our pineal gland, to atrazine being put in our food to turn us all into women or something. After all, as far as I know, Shane has absolutely no medical knowledge whatsoever, and it fucking shows.
Have you got any info on CPAP machines and microplastics? Straight to the brain. Well, let me Google what the hell CPAP is. Is that like a pap smear?
Because he will rattle off pretty much any pseudo-health conspiracy imaginable completely uncritically. Shane, of course, being an open-minded and critical thinker, blindly trusts all of these conspiracy theories because they support his pre-existing worldview. And then, of course, following that train of logic, he expects his audience to trust him more than, the knowledge of every doctor on the entire planet, despite him not having any medical experience and falling for pretty much every single conspiracy under the sun. I'd almost believe he wasn't a massive grifter more if there was like a few conspiracies that he didn't believe in. Like even with Philip Ziba, there was a few things where he'd be like, okay, this one's just ridiculous. And granted, it was stuff like, the Hollow Earth that is literally as ridiculous as you can possibly get, but like at least even Philip had like a threshold where he was like, okay, like this has gone a little far. Shane doesn't really seem to have that. He will believe any information so long as it wasn't said by someone with any credibility. This pseudo-health misinformation is obviously very bad on its own. But this is only really the first part of this problem. See, if he was promoting all of this pseudo-health bullshit, but then was at least giving, actual health advice afterwards, I would feel a little bit more sympathy towards it. Because then at least even if he's full of shit, people might be taking away, good positive things from it and making actually some positive health change in their life. But he isn't encouraging people to, eat more organic foods and go on more walks and get better
What is the
sleep.
context
Instead,
of your
the
what?
takeaway from all of this fear-mongering every single time without fail is that if you want to do something about these issues, well then you got to use my promo code to buy supplements. See, most of the folks I've discussed are directly financially invested in the spread of misinformation. They make videos about pseudoscience bullshit and then they profit from it through ad revenue and building their following and allowing them to go on podcasts and shit. Now this is absolutely the case with Shane, don't get me wrong, but Shane takes it a step further. See, Shane is not only profiting off of the creation of pseudoscientific misinformation videos, but he has been using those misinformation videos as a sales pitch to sell pills. This gives Shane's whole internet presence a sort of MLM snake oil scam vibe that is pretty unique in the people I've talked about here. Farming engagement through clickbait and fear-mongering is bad, but fear-mongering and then marketing that you have the solution is much, much worse. The outcome of this sales pitch is you now have scared, paranoid people purchasing and ingesting a product that they likely know very little about. And the tone and approach that Shane has to these videos, whether it's knowingly or unknowingly, works absolutely perfectly to prey on paranoid, fearful people. And potentially on folks who, due to the failings of the system, are lower income and are therefore less trusting of the system as they feel like they have been failed by them. This means that Shane's supplement sales pitches are perfectly calibrated to target people who are both societally and financially vulnerable, leading people from these groups to put their trust and money towards a product that they know very little about for reasons that may or may not even be true. To illustrate this point, I'd like to share a comment with you that I found on one of Shane's videos. I wish I could, but I can't afford it, so I just pray for God to give me strength. This genuinely breaks my fucking heart. It is so fucking unfair for this person to be made to feel as though them and their family are in immediate danger and that they don't have any power to do anything about it because they don't have enough
game using only 4 words, and you can too. Second, I let you play AI-powered games people create, or make your own.
This isn't a person's anti-power action. This is someone that has been scared and then told that the only cure is something that is inaccessible to them. It is the type of sales pitch that is perfectly suited to picking the pockets of people who are already terrified by fanning the flames of their paranoia. I really want to, in good faith, believe that Shane and this company are not marketing things in this way for this reason, and that they aren't knowingly sitting together and being like, how can we prey on poor people? And I'm sure that if Shane were to respond to this in any way, it would be some sort of dismissal, and he would say that this isn't intentional or that I'm reading into it.
I'm actually just focusing on the stuff that's gonna be seen on screen.
Because, put bluntly, your intentions do not matter at all. The only thing that matters is the results. I can't tell if I'm excited or scared to start playing the hair game. Results. No, I don't know anything about this company, Chalk.com. I'm not a doctor or a health specialist. This is completely out of my wheelhouse. So I'm not going to sit here and try and tell you whether or not the supplements on the Chalk website actually do the things that they claim to do. But what I am here to tell you is my opinion. And my opinion is that when I see a product that is advertised with a sales pitch like this, it sets off some fucking alarm bells.
Bags of chocolate powder to help people's brains during the spiritual war. This is organic cacao from Bolivia.
How long ago was this?
Production. It's believed to decalcify the pineal gland. Oxytocin production, and it boosts your gut microbiome.
2022.
It's delicious. Kids can have it as well. Chalk Shilajit that's in the Chalk Daily. This is the #1 supplement for men that boosts total testosterone 21% in 90 days. Plus, it's a hormone optimizer that increases fertility. For ladies, the hot water purified Shilajit
Virgil from Sanders Sides,
heavy metals,
aka the thing that got me into psychology.
Reproductive organ function and its healthy hair, skin, and nails.
Oh yeah, back when my persona was literally just a pair of glasses.
Boosts testosterone for men, balance hormones for women, and increases brain function as well. It induces neurogenesis, the production of new brain cells.
See, I can't tell you what these supplements do. Maybe they're good, maybe they're bad, maybe they're just completely inert. I have no fucking idea. But what I do know is that I have absolutely no trust at all in someone who peddles widely debunked pseudoscience and health misinformation and then tries to sell me a solution to it. See, in the United States, supplements and vitamins are regulated under something called the DSHEA, or the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act, which means that the manufacturers of vitamins and supplements are the ones who need to make sure that they actually work as advertised and are safe. The biggest implication of this is that products that fall under the DSHEA do not have to have any pre-market approval by the FDA. You know, the Food and Drug Administration, the group in charge of testing the safety of, pharmaceuticals and food. Now again, I'm definitely not saying that I put my 100% trust in the FDA. Like I said earlier, they definitely have their issues. But I trust them a whole hell of a lot more than a random guy on Instagram literally wearing tinfoil on his head. The fact that vitamins and supplements don't have to be regulated by the FDA is one of the reasons why you see so many vitamin and supplement scams, because these products don't have to undergo very rigorous testing before going on the market.
It was based on like human techno fan art and like Cherry from Skate the Infinity. This is me sketching a random girl at the mall. Yes. I don't see based on, I don't know. I just drew in and my cousin gave him a name. Chicharon. Yuck! I think this is also at the A. I was really into the Dream SMP. This is one of the few works I posted on Twitter. I've only posted on Twitter my works on Twitter once, and it was this. And it's really cute. Also, oh, yuck. Oh yeah, the start of the turtleneck. Chicha. Yes. This is me tracing to figure out stuff, I guess. I don't know. Like, I was doing the tracing wherein you figure out the proportions and stuff. This is me trying to... This is how I figured out Venti. And look! It's Venti. Oh, it's the Genshin era. Oh god. Also traced. This is also traced from a manga panel. I have no idea what I wanted to do. It's person! The trumpet. Season 4 of Iruma coming out soon! Woo! Wait, how long ago was this? Ah! The Iruma hyperfixation has been on for 4 years. Yuck. This is me. This is probably when I was figuring out the thingy. The liquefy tool. This is traced from Genshin, Barbara. This one. Yeah. Drafts and stuff. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, PETA. Me trying out the painterly style for the first time. Did not go well, but it was a learning experience, I guess. Lips. Something, I don't know. Oh, this is what... Is this by the point I lost... No, I haven't lost my stylus yet. Oh, I like this one. This one is very cute. This is also traced. I have no idea why I was trying to do this. This is arts performance task. This was something my cousin asked me to do. It's just a silhouette. This is more art stuff. What the fuck is this? Like me figuring out OCs. Is this? Out of curiosity, is this a VTuber mod? It's not, is it? It's a... Oh god, it is a VTuber. Oh, it's the early VTuber models. Oh god. And then the hair shadow. Why do I have hair shadows? I'm just making shit harder for myself, bro. Middle hair. Why is it there? Front hair. Why is my middle hair built like that? Bro's built like a gacha character. Then front hair. It's all in. Oh god. Oh god. And it's apparently a really big file because of how long it's loading. Okay. Oh, that's my cousin's signature. Don't. Really weird ass edit. This is based on a video. I think it's by Lavender Town, wherein you like make stuff. Obviously, I was into Wonder Show already by that point. Haha. I was trying to do stuff. This is based on another person's artwork. I have forgotten what artwork it was. I just know I saw it on Pinterest and it's adorable. Also stuff. Oh, it's the first VTuber model. Like the first actually kind of finished VTuber model. Oh, let's just watch it. Like I was figuring out silhouettes and stuff. Because I heard about like, oh, you can recognize VTubers based on their silhouette, and like that's true, but also I didn't really like concept for it. This was 5 hours, so god, I'm not gonna do all that. The crown stayed. The crown ended up staying. That's cool. And the bat wings and stuff. It's the popsicle from Zootopia. Oh, this is like, this was originally concept art for this model, but I made it, like, I shaded it. I fixed the shading. It's so cool. And also me trying to figure out the other thing. This looks like Jelly Bean. The more I think about it, this looks like Jelly Bean. Pagkanin natin tonde ite. Oh my god, it's a mafia looking model. So cute. This is the start of my HSR hyperfixation apparently. Stuff, yeah. Also me trying to figure out it's improving. I learned this is a work that I've just gone on and off again, and as you can see, I figured out how those shadows exist and stuff. Like, you'll see the progression here. Like, me, like, blocking out the shapes and stuff. And me slowly finding out how the shadows work, I think. Or it wasn't slower, did yeah, I already figured it out, but yeah, okay. Oh, okay, so that's what happened. I have dementia even on what I do, apparently. Oh, it's the editing pictures from Pinterest into profile pictures and making them look cool and stuff. Oh, I was doing the thing where they were making oh, that's my friend. Like making stuff oh, this is based on Oshinoko, I think. Like, that's rendering? Legit? Cause like, oh, yeah. I think it's just because I watch it too much. It was during the time when I was watching like art shorts on like color theory and stuff. Oh, this is bad. Like, this is when they finally got a new stylus and then it broke. So I didn't really get to try it out that much. This is cool. I like this one. This is cool. Tedo. Oh, this is another old persona thingy. This is based on, a lot of my personas are like based on Gacha Life. Like even my new one is like was originally drafted in Gacha Life and I just modified it. Wait, where was I? Oh yeah. And I did end up actually making this in for real PNG tuber. You will see that in my older shorts. And I even had an old layout But yeah, like it was very Wonder Show. I'm 98% sure I used the emboss thingy for this. And like, yeah, that's okay, I guess. Oh, this is me redrawing my my oldest OC based on that. I like the shading. I like the shading. Kudos to me for for, and also because I really like cold shadows. Oh yeah, I remember doing. Oh, it's the school project. I am very spooky. This was grade 8. This is cool. I like this. I really like this bit. Like, this one. This is cool. Oh yeah, and the clouds. Oh my god, the clouds. It's so cool. Also for rendering, I also just guess and or I just modify the color itself. Like in the ano. This is so real though. Also another school project. And bakinuha na teto somewhere. It's gonna show up somewhere. I took a long time on that MV. Hey! Oh. More old OCs. This is the random color picker thing. It looks cool. If her skin wasn't green, she would look like Rice Shower. And I think that's just because I covered half one of her eyes because I was too lazy to draw the other eye. Lol. Tattoo. I was gonna draw all of Vivid Bad Squad, but I only finished on. Cancel. Because I already restored it. This was for a Secret Santa. This is a really usually rendition of Mizuki. One of those eyes was drawn by my classmate. It's a PFP era and the Unstars era, apparently. Also, old OC, but simplified, yes. I feel like it's trying to draw something, but I was too lazy. Mortello! This is partially traced because I couldn't figure out the stupid proportions and stuff. Like, yeah, I couldn't figure out the hand especially. I just kind of traced it. This was supposed to look like the Parisega MV, but it looked like shit, so I just simplified it to like a gradient background. More unfinished stuff. There's just a blank canvas. Oh, this is cool. This is another example of like just modifying the original color and stuff. I think. Wait, did I? Or was it like? Oh yeah, it was just modifying the original color. Like a lot of this is like through painting and stuff. This is around the time when the style started to break. Because I remember struggling so hard. Oh god, it's the early concepts of the vtuber model. Honestly, I kind of miss the pink purple eye instead of the blue one that I ended up settling on because I don't know, it just popped a bit more. This is shit. I like that I put the detail of like the glary eyes, but at the same time, it's not that noticeable. So, yeah. And this is me making new assets, I think. Oh, this is I made for the a poster making contest, and the winners weren't announced, and I feel like that's because there were so few of us. But at the same time, I really like this. This is the two characters that are into sciencey stuff that I love, which is Tachyon and Rui. This is just kind of cool, I guess. And this is when I started to use like the lasso tool. I don't use it that much though. Oh, this is color theory. For real? Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, this is my original PFP. It's kind of cute though. Riko Kashimo. I never finished this. I never ended up fully finishing it. But it's nice. I got to draw more hair. I love drawing hair. What the fuck? Okay, that's a Christmas tree. Oh, this is the Christmas gifts that I never ended up finishing. I haven't even finished Pia's, which I was supposed to finish by her birthday, and I just kind of gave up on finishing them. So, the only one I finished was Aleja's, one half of Charmaine's, and like a fourth of Pia's. And this is for another Secret Santa that was last year, technically. For the Irma server. This is the background. This is the original version of the Ano, and this is the new version of the layout, which I'm currently using, as you can see. And as you can see, I also tested out what the VTuber would look like on the layout. So, cool stuff, I guess. And we're in present day now. Yay! The improvement, though. I feel like it's partially because I also started like going back to sketching and stuff, and I think that's maybe like improved how I like do values and stuff. Like, oh god, there's a reason why I don't open my Wi-Fi, not just because of the ads, but also I might end up accidentally doxing myself. Cancel. Because I already restored it. I slightly edited this to be more pinky, like pink colored. Wait, that reminds me. I should probably like change some of the values when I do the lighting. This is why it's good that I'm taking this one slower than when I did my original VTuber model, because my original VTuber model was kind of shit in terms of like, because I kind of rushed it. I have no idea why. I did not have to rush that at all. So let's make it less monochromatic. And stuff. So oh yeah, that was already okay, but then I go back. So like just lightly make the highlights more pink and the shadows more blue, I guess. Oh god, my mom is home. Okay, I'm gonna stop screaming. Bye bye. Adios.